get ready for Richard Hart.
How's it going,
Hey,
everybody?
Richard.
I'm shilling the link. I'm sending the
Awesome. Thank you
link.
so much.
Yep. I'm like, oh, maybe we should have more viewers. Let's make
That'd be
sure I didn't
great.
miss anything.
We're setting a new record already, so that's
Nice.
exciting.
How are you, Maddie?
I'm hanging in there.
I mean, you last I heard you were in a car accident, man. You look healthy now.
Well, so to start off, I mean,
Are you talking with no legs? Are you talking from a wheelchair right now? Like you don't have legs
I know,
anymore?
right?
Am I gonna get trolled? They're like, yeah, Rich, I'm doing great. I just don't have legs anymore.
I mean, the thing I wanted to share to start off is how supported I feel by the Hex community, even though I'm not back to 100% yet. This community is really incredible. And I would encourage anybody, if you've never made a testimonial video for Hex, or if you, maybe you made one in the past and now you want to update it, you can go to my Telegram group, t.me/Hex YouTube, and we'll help get the word out.
So what's up? Like, are you okay?
Well, both my collarbones got broken, so I couldn't
Who
lift
needs
more than a
this?
pound for a while.
That
And
sucks, dude.
yeah, it was hard.
Could you jerk off, or was it like, nope, probably not. I don't know how many pounds you're working with. You're like, can we remove a rib as well? I got to spend a lot of time in this room alone. We want old Richard back. Black T-shirt. Oh yeah, but I always told bad jokes, so old Richard's here. I have a
You're looking
feeling.
great.
I have a feeling what people really want is the bull market to return, and that my choice of shirt doesn't actually matter that much. But hey, anything to keep my fans happy.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
so,
I've got an interview prepared. I've got a bunch of questions lined
so
up.
can you lift more than a pound now?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so it's been like 9 weeks since the accident, and I'm starting to get better.
Hey, bro, your healing's going faster than the software development. So, I mean, that's something to be happy about, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, software development on Pulsechain is going great. It's just there's so much stuff that people just don't know about. You're like, so, well, you do your thing. I got 3 hours to be chatting with you guys, so I'm not gonna blow my load too early here. We're gonna let Maddie ask some questions.
All right, first question. You told BitBoy you wouldn't follow him on Twitter, even after you two did
Yeah.
a in real life live stream
Yep.
together in his Atlanta-based studio, and then went to a concert together.
Yeah.
As a premier thought leader in crypto, who do you follow and why?
I only follow Richard Hart maximalists, and the reason for that is, here's what happens. People jump into the Hex community, and then they can't be patient. They can't wait, so they start buying things that suck and getting wrecked. And we've seen this again and again and again and again and again. And I'll just list you some of the things that everyone's got wrecked on. There's all these people that have tried to copy Hex that you've probably never heard about because I wasn't so stupid to tell you about them so that you could wreck yourself. And their coins have all failed or nearly failed. So Hex 2T, which then changed its name to Axion, which then, was that the one that rug pulled on launch? I think it rug pulled on launch. And then there was Rex, which had an inflation bug and minted infinite coins. And then there was like Rex 2 and then Rex 3. And then there was like Hex Money, where some like dude who's going to make some gambling thing. And then there was, Wise token. It's the worst chart I've ever seen. I guess actually there's another 3-letter coin that just goes only, it went negative 10,000x. Negative 10,000x. Like, and you're just like, every single one of these things has destroyed so many people. And I feel great because I did everything I could to save people. And then people that, you know, bought Hex gained a following and then sold their Hex, like the wise guy emergency end stake like 300 million Hex, sold it all, murdered the price, and then screwed everyone with a horrible project that's the worst price chart I've ever seen. And then, you know, you never hear from them again. They just disappear. They scam and leave. And then the people that get scammed, the sad part is they lose all their money and they hurt the Hex price chart. And you're like, wow, good job. You screwed everyone else and yourself at the same time to enrich a scumbag trader, you know. And so, like, we've seen this also. Like, it sucks that I can't just name the coins to you. Like, there was another Hex influencer that launched a coin. If you look on the price chart, the price is lower than the launch. There's nowhere you could have bought and made money. It's the price now is lower than anyone got in at, which means anyone that bought anywhere lost. And then the only guys that made money were the guys that I guess launched the coin and got their coins for free. Now you compare that with the Hex chart, and even after a 95% drop, I see people selling 100x gains, literally, but without even looking at the staking. Like just looking at the value of the coins, because you can go on Etherscan, and you can see when they bought their coins, and you can click the dollar value of the coins, and it shows you the past value or the current value. Now the current value is accurate. The past value, it just pulls one value for that whole day. So who knows where in the range it was that day, but it's a really good estimate. And so I was watching some guy that was murdering the price. He's nearly out of coins now. He had like 200 million. I think he's got like 30 or 20 million left. And, you know, you could tell he was selling 100x return, even after a 95% drop. That's amazing price performance. Whereas all these other coins, you look and you're like, yep, no one got out alive. Just everyone's doomed. Like anyone that bought anywhere on the chart is a loss. You're like, so it's just weird that I invented this thing called the risk diode to save people. And so when I tell you about a project, if you're already getting screwed by it, you know which project I'm telling you about. But if you're not getting screwed by it yet, you're not going to hear a link from me to go and get yourself screwed. I'm very proud of that. And it's something I invented. And it's something that anyone warning anyone about anything should try and use if they can, because people are stupid. And, you know, you see people giving away you see people connecting to evil dApps and losing all their coins. You see people falling for fake airdrops and losing all their coins, falling for fake support, losing all their coins, falling for fake copies of me messaging them. I don't even follow anyone. Guys without blue check marks will message them. They're just like, oh, Richard, I've been talking to you. I'm like, no, you haven't. You definitely have not. You know, they message him, like fake Richard messages them and says, how's your trading going? What? Like, what? I tell you not to trade. Why would I ask you how your trading's going? Why would I cold message you? So like, yeah, someone did a price chart analysis, and I never followed up on it to check it, but they like charted like the launch of every one of these horrible coins that targeted hexagons. Axion, Wise, newer ones. Those ones are already like so deceased, I don't mind mentioning them. But these newer ones aren't deceased enough yet for me to, well, they kind of, that's the thing, like how dead is dead, you know? So one of these new coins that I don't want to talk about is proof of denial of service. It literally just spams every network against lunchtime to make everyone else's gas fees higher. What an efficient way to distribute a new currency. Give it away for free to everyone so that there's permanent sell pressure and no buy pressure. And you're just like, what? Like what? Like who are the poor people that got into the negative 10,000x? Like who are the poor people that put in the buy pressure to the negative 10,000x coin? Like those guys got 100% annihilated, you know? And it's just, I try so hard to save these people, man. I really try. And I saved a lot of people, but like, you know, we'll get the gas fees down. We'll help reduce Ethereum's gas fees by removing their users. So if you like lower gas fees, that'll be nice. If you like the world's largest free airdrop, that's going to be nice. I think it's going to be wonderful.
A lot
So
of people have
it
been able
seems
to
like
save
your
themselves.
question was basically like, hey, Richard, you don't follow people. Like, let me put it to you this way. My gut feeling is that Maddie doesn't like when people scumbag up and demonize Hex to sell their crap coin that then wrecks everybody. And we've seen this 10 times now. So I don't care how hardcore Hexagon you are. If I see you shill something that I think people are going to get wrecked on, I'm unfollowing you. And I've got really good Hexagons that do a really good job spreading the word about how good Hex is and how cool I am. And they still said something nice about a bad coin. I'm like, oh, unfollow. That's what's up. There's no, my social media serves to promote the things that I want to see in the world. And the people that I follow, their messages get to my followers. And so it's not personal, but if you promote something that, look, I don't even follow Vitalik. I don't follow Vitalik. I only follow Richard Hart Maximus because I think it's the path of least wreckedness, in my opinion. And I you know, look, you can follow people using lists and then you can still see what they say, but then the people that follow you won't see what they say. So you can still follow who you want to follow by adding them to a list, any list, but then you won't be giving them free promotion by publicly following them and then their message is filtering to your users. So there's people that are intelligent and have their nose to the ground and learn about things quickly, right? Like researchers that learn about exploits, people that are in exchanges, people that are in infrastructure, you know, I want to follow those guys and keep abreast, but I don't want anyone else to fall for any crap that might happen. And so I follow those guys on lists. I don't follow them publicly. And then I don't have to worry about my followers getting scammed by stupid crap, or I have to worry less about it, you know? This is really hard to decide, like, how much weird crap does someone have to say before they're not useful to my followers, right? It's a fine line. Did I
There
hit
was
was that the
yeah,
genre
yeah,
of, like,
yeah.
did I hit the question the right way?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Like somebody who I was unsure of big time is this guy named Tom Gillespie, and he just released a 4-hour mini series called Hexagons and the Time Value of Money, and I thought it was way better than I expected it would be.
I mean,
Whereas
do you think I should tweet it? Because I dropped one like on one post he made, and I never tweeted it. But it sounds like everyone that's seen it has liked it. I've never seen it.
it's good for somebody who's a hater or somebody who
Really?
likes Hex. Like either
Maybe I
way,
should
I
see
think
it before I tweet it.
yeah,
Okay.
that'd be a good idea.
All right.
And I'll also point out that Brian Armstrong's Coinbase documentary was horrible. It was like a puff piece, and it was shot poorly even compared to uh, the uh, the public previews we've seen of the Highest of
You
Stakes
cannot get shot
documentary.
better than the highest of stakes. The highest of stakes has like amazing production value. Like those guys did such an amazing job. I've seen the film 4 or 5 times. Every time there's a really hot chick I want to impress, it's like, do you want to watch my movie? I'm not sure it really like does that much of a trick because like if they're already watching the movie, basically things are already going pretty good. It's, you know, yeah, like I really can't wait for that to be public. It is the best. It's very, very good. And it's not very, very good because I'm in it. It's very, very good because it's a good story. It has good drama. It has, you know, a lot of good stuff in it.
Uh, yeah, and so any updates?
What can I say? Yeah, like a streaming company needs to write a big check to pay them for it, and then they can stream it. But until a streaming company writes a big check, they can't play it, and the world will just not see it. So it's a function of one of the decision makers in content acquisition at one of these large things, like pulling the trigger, basically.
I recently rewatched a stream that you did on the day that Hex launched. And
Really? Oh, geez.
It was with Tone Vase
This is a
and a
good one.
couple of lawyers. They
It
were
was a
just
good one.
making idiots out of themselves.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
they really
remember
were.
all the stupid stuff they said.
And in that, you made a lot of really strong arguments as to why Hex is not a security.
Yep, I'm happy to make them all again.
Yeah,
Do that.
that'd be great.
Sure. So the United States government, every once in a while, tries to help its citizens not get screwed, which is nice. That's nice for government to do. And so historically, people would get screwed by schemes where people would say they were going to do one thing and then do a different thing, and then people would lose money. So they try and cover that particular type of harm done to the citizens with truth and advertising laws, fraud laws, and then they created a special branch of the government that particularly interests itself with securities. Now you may ask yourself, what is a security? Well, they had a ruling. So there's two ways that enforcement happens. One is rulings that the judicial branch handles. In the judicial branch, there's three branches of government. There's the legislative that makes laws. There's the judicial that decides whether a law was broken or not. And there's an executive that's like, oh, you broke a law, we're going to lock you up. And so these three branches have, or are supposed to have, checks and balances. A lot of times people just try and violate those checks and balances. Like I hear Joe Biden decided that he wants to just forgive a bunch of people's debt. What does forgive mean? It means that you're just going to print like extra money and devalue everyone else's currencies to like give these people free money, or are the companies going to get screwed over, or like what makes you think you're the guy that's allowed to do that? You're the executive. You're not the legislative. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems like a very clear violation of checks and balances. Just like, you know, how we're always at war, but we never go to vote to go to war. What's up with that crap? I thought we were supposed to vote to go to war. Why are we always at war without any declaration? What? Oh, it's a peacekeeping mission. Okay. Like, how did Afghanistan work out? We lost 100,000 M16s to the Taliban, who now runs it. What? Like, it's so stupid. It's like the history of, think about the thing the CIA did well. You're like, Iran, nope. Afghanistan, nope. Cuba, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like it really worked out. Like the Bay of Pigs really failed really badly. Yeah, just, you know, it seems like they're not doing a great job. I don't, you know, monitoring all, against the Fourth Amendment, capturing all the communications of all the American citizens. How is that not a violation of the Fourth Amendment, right? Like, it doesn't, what? So, all right, back to securities laws. So basically, they created a branch of the government called the Securities and Exchange Commission that tries to help people not get scammed. And I think they forget that that's what they're supposed to be doing. Like, that's the reason they exist, is to stop people from getting scammed. But then they like get caught up in the intricacies of the laws, and then they don't think about whether they're really getting the job done. They get caught up in the minutia, I think. And then, you know, how many of these rug pull guys have been indicted? Not a single one that I'm aware of. Well, that's crappy. And how many people have lost money to rug pulls? Oh, God. Squid Game. It's worth 4.3 trillion. It went to zero. And it just, I do so much to try and protect people from getting scammed, and it saddens me to see them attacking people that aren't scamming. You know, you're like, we have no shortage of real scams in crypto. Please go get them. Why are you gonna? I mean, I give an example. So the there's another branch of government called the Treasury, and they can put people on a special designated list that you're not allowed to transact with them. People. And so they decided, hey, you know what? I know that the law says, now this I'm not 100% read up on. So I haven't read the specific law that empowers them. So this is a little bit of a guess going on here. But since Coinbase has sued them along these lines, it's probably the case. And I think also Coin Center sued them as well, but check it. They just added a smart contract and a website to the humans list that you're not allowed to do business with. You're like, hey
Right,
guys.
the OFAC sanctions or whatever.
Yeah, the Office of Foreign something something. You're like, hey guys, this is a list of humans. You can't just add ideas to it, or books, or code, or a Keller. This is a list for humans. And you're like, why are you like? If the idea of sanctions is to prevent having to go to war, which is why sanctions have such strong bite, is because you don't want people to go to war if they don't have to. If the idea of this, it's like they added Tornado Cash to a list because North Korea was apparently hiding money that they stole. Okay, why is hiding money that they stole bad? Because you want them to have, you want them to be able to profit less from doing bad things, like whether it's malware or crypto locker or whatever crap they're doing. You know, the idea is that if you make them harder to like clean the money, then maybe they'll do less crime or whatever. Cool, okay? It's like meta law enforcement. Like, it's like security theater basically. You can't bring liquids on a plane, but then every time they test the systems, every bad thing goes right through. They're like, yeah, every time we test these systems and see whether they really work, all the bad stuff gets right through. But we still do the theater and pretend it works by screwing over everyone else that's not actually trying to do anything bad. It's terribly inefficient. And so when you screw over everyone that has performed the good and honest behavior of trying to have privacy, which is protected in the Constitution and in other places, privacy is good. It's why we have blinds, it's why we have door locks, it's why we have clothing, and it's why you don't hand out your email password and your search history to people. You just don't, because privacy is good and wholesome and healthy, and it's why we've got blinds in our windows. And so the good, honest people that wanted to maintain their privacy in the digital world the same way they would have had it on the analog world. You know, you go to pay with a credit card at a store, they can't tell how much money is in your bank account. You write a check, they can't tell how much money is in your bank account. You hand them cash, they can't tell how much money is in your bank account. You pay crypto, uh-oh, they know exactly how much money is in your bank account. We need mixing in order to have capitalism. We need mixing in order to have privacy. We need mixing in order to run companies in the digital future, period. You can't have all your suppliers knowing what you pay your other suppliers. You can't have all your competitors knowing who all your customers are. You can't have all your employees knowing what all your other employees are being paid. It's like you need mixing. And so what did OFAC do? They just preemptively screwed everyone. Maximally. They're like, hey, anybody that's used Tornado, get wrecked. Sorry, you're totally annihilated. Well, how did that help the world? They did like hundreds of millions of dollars of damage instantly. And then like, how did that stop North Korea? It didn't, right? Like, it's so stupid to me. It's like, you guys just preemptively harmed everyone instead of helping them. And the whole idea of you guys being empowered with these powers is to help people. And preemptively harming everyone doesn't make any sense. You can't, hey, you know what? I bet the North Koreans use pencils too. Let's make them illegal. I bet they use electricity. Let's make it illegal. I bet they use computers. Let's make computers illegal. I bet they use email. Let's make email illegal. Like, you cannot make technology illegal because bad people use it. It doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. And so they made a huge error there, and they did great harm. They did great harm to Americans, which is disgusting. That's the opposite of why they were empowered. And so back to security. So this kind of covered OFAC and Treasury. Now, mind you, disclaimers, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal professional, whatever, right? All those disclaimers. I'm just a guy that used to wear funny hats and sits Indian style on live streams. So, securities. If your employer doesn't pay you properly, do you call the Securities Exchange Commission? Nope. Why? Because they are not empowered with regulating business employee relationships. If your bank charges you for stuff that they weren't supposed to, do you call the SEC? Nope. You call your state attorney general. Why? Because why is my stream show like I'm not connected to the internet anymore? I will wait until it's back up. I love waiting on some internet. This probably will come back up and life will be good. Hey,
And
I'm back.
here we go. All right.
It's a good thing I was watching and saw that I dropped. Because on my local recording, it doesn't show I dropped, but because I was watching your screen, I saw that I did. So back to, where did I leave off? Do you remember which part of the Securities Exchange Commission, things they don't cover? Do you remember where I left off?
You said if the people don't call them if they have a problem with getting paid.
Sure. So what if your bank doesn't pay you what they're supposed to? What if they double charge you, like Bank of America, or rather Wells Fargo? I think it was Wells Fargo. They got fined massively for billing people for stuff they didn't sign up for. Do you call the SEC? No, you don't. You call your state attorney general. Or you might get a federal agency involved if it's interstate commerce. I had people do credit card fraud on my car stereo store. Guess what branch of the government I called? Wasn't the Securities and Exchange Commission. It was the Secret Service, because the Secret Service actually handles interstate credit card fraud. And it wasn't even interstate, it's just any credit card fraud, because the credit card fraud company is usually in Delaware. You're not in Delaware. And so they just kind of like say it's interstate commerce. So, well, that's a whole lot of stuff that's really important to people that has nothing to do with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So what is this little sliver of stuff that they're supposed to cover? Little tiny sliver of things that the Securities and Exchange Commission is supposed to cover, which I'll just refer to as the SEC. Well, they regulate securities. Okay, well, what are securities? Securities are when you put your money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others. Now, they've tried to water that down. And they've used non-law to do that. They've used regulatory, some regulator just says it. That's not law. Law is what the judicial branch says. Law in the United States is precedent-based. And some regulator just saying something, it's not law. They get to go to court and fight to see whether it's going to become law or not, or become precedent. So the Securities and Exchange Commission has tried to water it down with things like, is there critical entrepreneurial effort? is your critical managerial effort. And what does critical mean? It means without it, the stuff fails. Fails. Critical. And so these words critical and solely are very, 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 very important. So if you paint your house, did you put money into a common pool? Well, yeah. I mean, you bought your paint, everywhere else did. Okay. Did you have expectation of the profit of work of others? Well, I mean, you painted your own house. It wasn't really others, it was you. Okay. And that's it. Like, so when you paint your house, you expect to profit from it. Now you've got a nice painted house. Now your house is worth more. Cool. Good for you. SEC doesn't regulate that. They don't regulate you improving your house. They don't regulate someone else improving your house, by the way. You pay some guy to paint your house. Is that a security? Nope. You buy a baseball card. Security? Nope. You buy a Ferrari, goes up in value. Security? Nope. You buy gold, goes up in value. Security? Nope. These things. I wouldn't be surprised if these are worth more than what I paid for them. So what's a security, right? And every government agency tries to expand its power and enlarge its little thing that it controls into being a larger and larger thing. So specifically, if someone else, if you're doing the work and someone else isn't doing the work, then you violated that solely part, and it shouldn't be a security. If there's no common pool, it shouldn't be a security. And when I say shouldn't, I mean the Howey test states that every single leg has to pass or it's not a security. So you have to put money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others. They added on this non-judicial stuff with entrepreneurial effort and critical managerial effort. And then there's also some family likeness thing. But the family likeness thing just basically means, like, in theory, you should be regulated as whatever your thing is most similar to. Now, remember, not a lawyer. Not a lawyer. So let's take a look at Hex. You buy Hex. Where'd you buy it from? A common pool? Nope. Most people, I think, buy on Uniswap. Where are the coins coming from? Everybody else that used Uniswap. It's like a flea market. And are you expecting profit from the people that you bought from? One, you don't even know who they are, unless there's someone, like, I don't know who any of the people on Uniswap are. Does anyone else know? I don't think. And do you expect profit from these people you don't even know who they are? How are you going to expect stuff from people you don't even know who they are? You don't even know if they're people. It could just be machines. It could just be bots. It could be AI. You have no idea. And then, is this solely, if there was profit, is it solely from them? Well, no, you ran your own code to perform that transaction to make those coins come to you. You had to do work to move those coins, or else they couldn't possibly move. You're like, you as the person that's transacting on Uniswap are running all the code. Without you running the code, ain't nothing happening. You're like, so where's the common pool? No common pool. It's a million different people. Where's the expectation of profit from the work of others? Who's doing work? You're the only one doing the work. Doesn't make sense. And then like, some of the stuff's so obvious. Like, okay, so let's just say Hex in general. Is there a Hex building somewhere? Nope. Is there a Hex office? No. Is there a Hex marketing team? No. Is there a Hex CEO? No. Is there a Hex company? No. Okay. So who are you expecting profit from? Doesn't make sense, right? So the concept, and this is, and in crypto, this is like, Hex is the silliest thing to ever screw with because it's the least security thing in the whole game. I die, Hex.com goes offline. You go to backuphex.com, hardhex.xyz, apphex.win, staker.app, etherscan.io, write contract. Okay.
Tshare.app. I made that one.
There you go. Right?
It's a front end for Hex.
Nice, dude. Good job. I didn't
Yeah.
even I didn't even know it existed. And this is what actual decentralization looks like. These are entirely different code bases run by entirely different people on entirely different infrastructure that have no relationship to each other. I don't even know about half of them. So it can't get more decentralized. And by the way, as far as decentralization goes, we're not even on any big exchanges. All of the trading is decentralized. So even if you can't. It is nonsensical to attack Hex from a critical managerial entrepreneurial effort thing. It doesn't make any sense. There's no building, there's no people, there's no nothing. It's just code. It sits there. And it would just sit there dead and dormant, except people run it themselves. They decide to do their own work and run the code themselves. That's effort of themselves. It's just like drawing a picture of a pony. Hey, I drew a picture of a pony. Used to be just pencil and paper. Drew a pony picture. Now I have one. Is there security? No, I drew it. And then when you mine your own coins, what's the difference? Tell me the difference between you mining your own coins and drawing a pony picture. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And the concept that anyone would try and tax you on drawing your own pony picture is crazy to me. And that's another thing that's coming up. You can't, if I draw a pony picture, you're not supposed to tax me on that. And if I do some math and mint some more quote coins, which are just like ledger entries in some global shared database thing, should I be taxed on that? What's the difference? What's the difference between me doing some math and writing down a number in a public ledger and me just drawing a pony picture? They both take effort. They're both recorded somewhere that you can see. So, like Hex is the strongest. It launched totally sufficiently decentralized. It has had forever many multiple front ends. It has no building. It has nobody working for it. It makes you no promises whatsoever. What do you want? It's drawn pony pictures, except you're minting quote coins, which are just ledger entries. So I don't know how one would try to successfully attack it, because I don't know what leg of the Howey test you try and say. I mean, so you don't have a common pool, you don't have managerial entrepreneurial effort, you don't have expectation of profit from the work of others. What's left? I mean, that's like every possible thing. Oh, okay, let's go family likeness test. What's it most similar to? Bitcoin. Except instead of blowing up the environment to mint coins, you just lock your coins up for a while. You can lock them up for a day. Okay, great. Everyone says Bitcoin's not a security. Sweet. So like, we just win on like every single possible front. And to the best of my knowledge, no one's ever been paid to do any videos for it either. So like, and by the way, it's the stupidest thing, because you're allowed to make videos about whatever you want. That's what the First Amendment guarantees you. You have freedom of speech. You have a free press. You get to talk about whatever you want to talk about. And if the government itself is quashing and abridging your right to free speech with strategic lawsuits against public participation, you can look this up in Wikipedia, to silence you, well, that's a violation of the First Amendment. If random government agencies are particularly targeting you to silence you, that's a violation of the First Amendment. And you're only supposed to have those types of violations in very, very specific instances, like yelling fire in a crowded theater, things like that. So free speech just seems to be alive and well outside the United States.
Yeah, I think like 3 weeks ago, a federal judge ruled like kind of against the SEC on some people who were involved in the Kim Kardashian case of Ethereum Max or whatever it was. And basically the judge said, yeah, you are allowed to pay people to advertise something because that's normal business. So
I mean, I know the
with
SEC
Hexicans
has got
not being
ruled
paid-
against recently for sending things to their own secret courts and skipping the real courts, apparently, also not a lawyer. But it's just like, I try and look at things from a perspective of how are you going to help the human beings? And I hate scams, and I do more to prevent people from getting scammed than the SEC does. So any of you guys from the SEC are listening, I hope you are. I want you to know in the deepest parts of your heart that I've saved a lot more people from being wrecked than you have. Because I did everything I could to prevent people from putting their money into BlockFi. Did you? I did everything I could to prevent people from putting their money into Celsius. Did you? I did everything I could to put people in charge of their own keys and get them to have self-custody. Did you do that? I called the top on the day. Did you? What have you done? So I break my balls to save people. I'm warning people about bad dApps, fake airdrops, showing people constantly every single hack that happens, right? I hand out free coins out the yin yang. I created free coins, give them to Bitcoin holders. Now I'm creating free coins, giving them to Ethereum and every single ERC20 holder. I'm the giving tree of crypto. I raised $27 million for charity. You know what the SEC did? The SEC got paid $50 million by BlockFi for suing them. And guess where the $50 million came from? It came right out of the money that would have been used to pay people now that they're bankrupt. What? Hold on a second. So now the people that are hoping to get made whole in the BlockFi bankruptcy have $50 million less to get made whole because the SEC yanked it? That sounds like the opposite of helping people. That sounds like hurting people to me. And then you hear, like, I try to make the world a better place for people, and I just wish the SEC would use its power to screw up all the obviously evil, horrible things that are going on instead of attacking the good people. And you're just like, why? Why not attack all the horror? There's more than enough horror to go around, you know? And there's so much other stuff that's hilarious to me. Enron, SEC approved. Theranos, SEC approved. Bernie Madoff, SEC approved. All these bankrupt Bitcoin mining companies, SEC approved. People are still, after a 95% drop, people are still selling hex at 100-fold returns. It's the best thing since sliced bread. It's perfect, flawless operation for years while everything else has gotten wrecked. Gemini Exchange, BitLicense in New York, registered out the yin yang. Their users lost $1 billion because Gemini was selling a product from Genesis or Galaxy Digital or whatever. I think it was Genesis. Yeah, Genesis. The people under DCG. They're short $1 billion now because the Winklevi twins, who think they're smart, that you guys think you're smart, right? Winklevi twins? Yeah, because you were early. You think you're smart? You lost your users $1 billion by shilling trash, you idiots. Government approved, by the way, BitLicense. Your users lost $1 billion. Everybody that listened to me didn't lose $1 billion to you guys. And your government approved, oops, we lost your billion. So crazy to me, dude. So price down, right? Is Tesla a scam? Nope. They make the world's quickest, safest cars. Period. Their stock price is down 75%. Bitcoin went down 75%. Ethereum went down 85%. And they both dropped 90+% in the past. Bitcoin and Ethereum. Yet, they're some of the best performing assets that have ever existed in the history of mankind. So summary is, if I were a prosecutor and I wanted to screw up crypto, Hex would be the last thing I attacked, because it was designed to be compliant. It was designed to avoid all of these pitfalls. It was designed to be better, and that's why it is better. And imagine if everyone had bought Hex instead of Luna. Imagine if Michael Novogratz, head of Galaxy Digital, had gotten a hex tattoo instead of a Luna tattoo, imagine if Gemini and all of the other people that resold Genesis's yield generating project, imagine if they had bought hex to generate yield instead of giving their money, lending their money to Three Arrows Capital and losing all. Or all the other bad loans that they made, or all the other fake DeFi that they FOMO'd thinking they were smart investors. No, they were just degenerates FOMOing whatever stupid crap they can think of. Oh, look, it's an algorithmic stablecoin that has negative reflexivity, and when it falls, it'll fall the hardest you can imagine. Huh? So, like, if everyone would just join Team Richard Hart and join Team Hex and Pulsechain and Pulsex and just, this stuff's better, man. And it's better for reasons I explained to you very clearly. And if people would listen, they could be saved so many billions and billions and billions of dollars of harm. I'm doing the best I can to save people. Oh, and who warned you about 95% dips in crypto? Me. I'm the guy that did that. Yep, it's on the website. It's been on the website for years. Here's the funny thing. Website hasn't been updated in a very, very long time. Why? Because there's nothing, it's already correct. It doesn't need to say anything new. It's like, yeah, it's all there. The 95% dip warnings are there. The like self-custody warnings are there. The don't pick up pennies in front of freight trains is there. It's like, we won. People just need to realize it. The summary was, by the way, if everyone, they'd bought hex instead of the trash they bought, there'd probably be a lot of people less wrecked. Yes, you're still going to have huge volatility, sure, but you don't lose all your coins. If and when a new bull cycle comes, you get to ride it up. When you get scammed with something that takes all your coins away, like for instance, in Celsius, the judge ruled that the coins you gave them aren't your coins. They're their coins. And so in an event of a bankruptcy, you go last. They're secured creditors that have UCC1 forms. They get a right of getting paid out first. You get paid last. You get paid whatever's left. Oopsie. Now who warned you about that? Me.
You did.
I warned you about that. And basically everything I predicted has come true that I can remember. And so you would want more people to celebrate Hex, me, Hexicans, because we did it right, and everyone else got wrecked, and they're still getting wrecked. You know, people don't realize that, like, these bankruptcies, they happen, and then the coins get held, and so we're sitting like pretty much sideways price action. Sell the coins, get it over with. Let's go. Mt. Gox, sell the coins. Gemini, whatever, like sell the coins. Let's go. Let's get it over with, man. I'm tired of people going bankrupt and then seeing the price chart just go sideways. You're like, oh, we get to wait and wait and wait. I don't like waiting, man. Get it over with.
Richard, I was developing something on the blockchain to be able to time lock Pulsechain and Pulsex, and it led me to maybe discover something pretty cool in terms of being able to undo a hack in MetaMask. And do you mind if I tell you the idea real quick?
Yeah.
So the idea is that if you go to the smart vault factory that we have and you create a smart contract that you hold yourself, that has a 1 week delay period for you to withdraw your coins, and you've pre-set up a recovery address that's cold storage. Basically what happens is if you click on the wrong DApp, like if you click on the wrong link, or if you give your seed words away to somebody, then the hacker would basically have to request a withdraw, and that gives you a whole week's time to be notified of that, and then to transfer ownership of the smart contract to the pre-selected recovery address. And so I think it's going to be a pretty cool way to get people into time locking, and I hope eventually Hex, because it should be compatible with things even like Deci is like a wrapped hex stake, and it'd be cool to get more of those locked up anyway.
I haven't even heard of that one. I'd never even heard of that. Deci. I've heard of Maxi. Isn't that kind of the same thing? I don't know.
Maxi is not a perpetual like Deci is, and so with smartvault.me, the thing I'm making, it's
I think it's a cool
um,
idea. I'm a firm believer in audits. So I
well,
think the
that's the
idea of
next
like,
step.
yeah,
That's the next step is to do an audit from, you know, the caliber of firms that you've used and that sort of thing.
yeah, it's the concept that people are so stupid that they have such poor operational security that you have to plan for them getting themselves hacked and then giving them like a time delay to try and unscrew themselves. Seems fair. You know, it's worth a shot. Good idea, buddy.
Thanks. Yeah.
Pleasure.
Yeah, yeah, it's exciting. So, um, let me
I
see.
mean, the
What
only
do we
like
have?
we saw this with the vault. So like some of these features, I think, are already in those Gnosis vaults that Staker.app uses. And the thing that we ran into in the bull market was the gas was so expensive that you really regretted having the vault because it cost you, I think, I don't know, man, maybe twice what it would have
We're
cost native.
we're already on like the Pulsechain private testnet,
Okay.
like the go early, and it's another really cool thing about it is that you don't have to give control like with Gnosis. If you don't have to give control ahead of time to a 2 of 3 signer or something, it's just only when you get hacked then you go in and you flip the switch to say that you want to change ownership, and then there's also like a dead man
It
switch.
sounds cool.
So
It
it's
does sound cool.
yeah.
It's a good idea. I
the
mean,
the the thing I want to emphasize is that Hex has given me a superpower of being able to hold no matter what, based
that's pretty
on
cool.
one moment of clarity that I had when I time locked. And if I can do that with Pulsechain and Pulsex, then I'm gonna be, you know, I'm gonna be in an even better position. So
Yeah, I hear you. It's interesting. It's interesting.
now let me see. Let me go up to so that, you know, there are people predicting that you're going to do an interview with Ivan on Tech at some point,
Yeah,
and
he messaged me.
so so I wanted to ask you a somewhat loaded question. Do you love me or Ivan on Tech more? And wasn't the community
You.
super nice last time you gave an update on Pulse? And isn't it cool that I have no expectations for you to give a Pulse chain update?
Well, I mean, I could read to you what devs are telling me, but I barely understand what they're saying. So the chance of you guys understanding it, pretty slim. We can give it a shot if you want.
That'd be great.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Uh, haha. Once we've verified and integrated LH and Aragon, this should be good to go. Been doing some early testing with this on pre-release net, and upon syncing Aragon node, dude, I don't understand what they're typing. The project, I'll give you another one. The project has continued to evolve, and with the latest iteration, I've added Lighthouse and a Prism Geth Lighthouse / Geth multi-node setup. This is great for local development and has been helpful in testing the overflow conditions to verify our fixes, which is basically we have so many extra digits that in any of the software that we're forking, we have to change all the storage slots from this big to this big. And then you have to run all the tests to make sure that they all pass across 3 different softwares, so Geth and Lighthouse and Prism. And so Geth and Prism is like the recommended stuff that you're going to run for consensus. And then Lighthouse, actually I might have them flipped, Lighthouse and Prism. One of them is what's recommended for consensus. The other one is what is needed to support the block explorer. And so what you run into is like even in mainnet Ethereum. In mainnet Ethereum, most people's reporting tools used to use parity. I guess they use Aragon now. And then their actual consensus kind of money stuff uses Geth. And now an extra thing because they did the merge. So the way the merged work is now there's 2 EXEs that you run, and then you have a secret code that allows them to talk in between each other. One handles mining blocks and running the EVM, the Ethereum virtual machine. This stuff's so complicated, dude. So like, okay, so in order to do all this, you need to modify the minimum staking amount, modify the storage slots, run your own everything, Beacon Chain, Explorer, the two different Prism and Lighthouse code softwares. And then you have to be able to do continuous integration so that when you upgrade stuff and test it and say it's okay, it gets deployed to all of the server infrastructure. And then you've got other things like a staking front end that lets people become stakers easily. Like I'm seeing screenshots of, God, this stuff's so complicated. Yeah, I'm seeing screenshots of a staking launchpad for V3. So like V3 is so close. But look, every time I've said that, it's been terribly late. So like, it's just the devs are doing dev things, and they're very complicated. And this is like, this is the stuff you can kind of understand, but it gets worse. Like if you go into the scripts that like set up and tear down the testnet, it's all of this. I don't even remember what it's called. I don't remember the scripting language they're using to set up all the nodes at once. It's really complicated stuff. And it's close. So this is why
Awesome.
It's so hard to give you guys updates. It's like we're doing DevOps and testing and building front ends, and wallet guys still working on wallet. Oh look, there's a thread here called testing and DevOps. Cool. Going hard on the Prism end-to-end testing, working out issues and getting it all running within GitLab CI, which is continuous integration. And there's other stuff, like if you want people to be able to run their own nodes, like even on Ethereum, right? So you heard about God, what are they called? Consensus owns MetaMask, which runs its transactions through Infura. There you
Infura.
go. So you heard about Infura, like saying, oh yeah, well, like we log. And you're like, wait a second, it's not cool. And so if you're smart, you run your own validators, your own node. And then you go to Ethereum's website and you're like, all right, let's run our own node. It doesn't work. Like the crap they tell you to do, it doesn't work. So like, unless you're a dev yourself, really hard to run an Ethereum node. And so on Pulsechain, we have the script that will make it easy for a human running Windows to run their own nodes, and then you're not worried about Infura logging your transactions. Now I probably should share that script with the Ethereum community so that everyone can be more secure. I should also probably publish my book, and I got a lot of probably should do things, you know what I mean? So.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for doing the first hour interview with me. And now I'd invite you to give a speech for your keynote or go through the live stream comments, whatever you want to do. And then 1 hour from now, I will bring up 9 hexagons, one each for 6 minutes for them to ask you questions and say hi.
Sounds good. I'm gonna before I do the Richard Hart, Maddie. By the way, if you hexagons and other people, Pulsecans and everyone else, Richard Hart fans, Richard Hart maxis out there, If you guys don't know, I really like Maddie. I think he's a wonderful human being. Thanks. Thanks for being on the team, Maddie. You're awesome.
My pleasure. Thanks, Richard.
And thanks for inviting me to this sick conference. People don't understand how decentralized Hex is. I have nothing to do with this conference at all. Nothing. I get invited. I show up. I talk for a while. That's it. It's like, I love that stuff. Like, the Hexicans are amazing people. I love every time I see someone complain about getting a piece of direct mail for Hex. I love it so much because I know I didn't send it. I'm like, yeah, haha. The Hexicans are getting it done, bro. I love it. What a beautiful community.
That's right.
All right, so I'm
Thanks.
gonna sip a drink. So my New Year's resolution was to not drink any alcohol. Not that I drank much, but still any is too much. So I've been doing great. No drinking, not even a little bit. And then no caffeine, which I've been doing great. It's awesome. But sometimes when when I'm in Europe and someone decides to have a 10 p.m. Conference, it's like, God dang, I guess maybe I'll have a little caffeine. So I'm gonna go off camera for a second and chug a little caffeine. So one moment, everyone. Please excuse the interruption.
So look, if you haven't gone to hex.com, you really need to go there now because it's got all the information that you need to know. Even if you're an experienced Hexican like me, if you go to hex.com, you're going to find something, a talking point there that's really valuable. So again, if you haven't been to hex.com lately, check it out.
All right, I'm back. So Richard Hart Keynote, everyone, how are you? For you people that are new here, I'm Richard Hart. I haven't bragged in this stream yet, so it's about time we get to that. These bags are 20,000 euros each. Look at that. I just have them to show off how much money I have. But I feel a little bit bad that I just saw a picture or a video of Floyd Mayweather with 6 of these bags, and I only have 2. So Floyd Mayweather spends more money than I do. I think he does, actually. I own the world's largest diamond, the Hex.com diamond, which is 555.55 carats. It's called the Space Diamond because they think it's from outer space. It's neat that it's got 55 facets and is 555.55 carats because Hexicans very often join what's called the Cuatro Cinco Club, which is the 4-5s club. It means that the longest stake that you can make in Hex is 5,555 days. So all those 5s, it's kind of fun. What else? I got 10 million in watches. I got 3 million in cars. I got a 145 IQ, and well, I won't talk about what else I got, but I was born good. Born good. Did I cover all the bragging? Called the Bitcoin top on the day, 2 cycles. So 2017 and a year and a half ago. What else? Yep, created a coin that went up in price 10,000 fold with perfect flawless operation for 3 years, and it really went up more than 10,000x depending on how long you staked, if you did stake. That 10,000x is if you didn't stake. I raised 27 million for charity. I'm doing the world's largest free airdrop with Pulsechain.com. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff. So now that we got that bragging out of the way, now why do we do all that bragging? Because for some reason, human beings care. They care a lot. Maybe it's the proof of work, you know? Who knows? I don't know why people care so much, but they do. Maybe it's because they figure success leaves clues. I've been successful a really long time. I got into Bitcoin in 2011. Used to mine it when it was 50 cents. And then it was 50 Bitcoin per block back then. And then I bought it at 30, went right straight down to 2. Oopsie, down 93.5%. Then it went up to 1,200, down to 200, up to 20,000, down to 3,000, up to 14,000, down to 3,800, and then up to 69,000, down to 15,400. Now we're at like 17, maybe 17.5. I think we're still going to go down to 10,000, 11,000 on Bitcoin, 300 to 600 on Ethereum, because that's what we do every cycle. We do 85% drop in Bitcoin, 95% drop on Ethereum. And so far, Bitcoin has already dropped 75%, Tesla dropped 75%, Amazon dropped, I don't know, probably 50% my guess. I don't have the chart memorized as well. It did drop 95% back in the year 2000 though. And then Hex dropped 95%. That's how it goes. Volatility is the price you pay for the world's best performing assets. So why do we care about crypto? Cryptocurrency is one of the only things I know of that's actually making the world a better place. It's the best performing asset class that's ever existed, and it can get the government's dirty, grubby hands out of the money printing business. We have the separation of church and state in the United States. It's worked out very, very well, and we should have the separation of state and money printing, which they kind of tried to do with the Federal Reserve because it's not actually federal at all. It's a private company. It's pretty funny. You know, they've got truth in advertising laws that make it so that you can't just stick the word bank in your company name. There's some other restricted words as well. So I find it a little bit odd that you can have a Federal Reserve that's not federal, it's not the government, it's just a private company. It seems a little misleading. So what is out there that's really making the world a better place? We've got eggs at all-time high prices. They're now on average $5 a dozen in the United States. We've got the dollar at nearly all-time low purchasing power. The things I see that are getting better in the world, best performing asset class that's ever existed, cryptocurrency. Your bank doesn't have 100% uptime. Crypto kind of does. Bitcoin kind of does. Ethereum kind of does. Hex kind of does. Your bank doesn't. Your credit cards don't. Electric cars, now. Electric cars are the quickest things, at least Teslas, the quickest and safest things. That's very nice. We don't have the infrastructure to support them at scale. There's not enough charging. There's not enough cobalt. The cobalt that's mined, it's not mined in that pretty of a way. There's a lot of poor folks getting their hands dirty to mine that cobalt, I hear. Now, I don't know whether that's the best thing they could do with their time, and maybe that's awesome for them. Maybe that very crappy job is better than dying with no job. I'm not sure. So, rockets that land themselves, cheaper global internet, SpaceX does both of those. Quickest, safest cars have ever existed. I mean, the Tesla just fell off of like a 250-foot embankment in California called like Devil's Peak or something. Everyone walked away. This guy apparently tried to kill his family. Ran it off the cliff. Everyone walked away. A lot of other cars have done that trip. Nobody walked away. So, I like CPUs. They're getting better. Don't really care about GPUs much because I don't game, so they're just useless to me. Like, I don't use GPUs for anything. I always buy the most expensive one and never use it. It's very wasteful. GPUs are getting better. CPUs are getting better. Crypto. Chat GPT, kind of like AI kind of stuff. It's getting interesting. Rockets that land themselves. Electric cars. I mean, look, my 1,000 horsepower Ferrari. Humble brag, it's got electric on it. You know, it's got a 7.2 kilowatt battery. Can do 15 miles. But the important part is that it discharges and charges real quick. Does torque fill, which is the reason the SF90 is the quickest Ferrari ever made. It has the best track times at Fiorano, which is Ferrari's test track in Italy, where they beat to death all the Ferraris to make sure that they're fit for public consumption. You know, it beats the LaFerrari, it beats the F40, F50, the Enzo, beats everything. It's the quickest Ferrari ever made. Any track it's been on, it wins quickest production car. which is what a 4-wheel drive 1,000 horsepower Ferrari will do. Well, anyway, why is it able to do that? Well, in part because of that electric torque fill that lets the front wheels pull you out of corners and, gives you amazing instant torque from 0 RPM, which a gas engine can't do. So why do I mention this to you guys? If we can get cryptocurrency to be fully adopted, then the government won't be able to go to war with the money that they steal from the citizens. Every single day, the government steals your money. Not by stealing the units of the money, but by stealing the purchasing power of the money. So you've got the same units, but your units don't buy anything because no one needs your money, because the government's got the printing press in the back printing all day, every day, and it goes to their friends, not you. So their buddies are getting all that fresh new money hot off the printer before the inflation's hit. It's called the Cantillon effect. And then you get it last. And so a funny saying I saw on Twitter was, you got an $1,100 stimulus check, they got $20 trillion and gave it to their friends, and now you're stuck with the inflation. So you got 1,100 bucks, their friends got 4 trillion, or really 20 trillion, some huge number of trillion. And now you've got all-time high prices. Now, something that I know so many things that most people don't, and since I got an hour to spend with you guys, I'm going to do my best to educate you. The Federal Reserve has 2 mandates. It's called dual mandate. One is to keep inflation at 2%. The other is to make sure everyone has jobs. Now, making sure everyone has jobs is a pretty hard one to do because printing or not printing money doesn't actually hire anyone. So that's a weird one. And so right now, they know that the inflation's too high. A couple days ago, they did a survey of all the people that are on the board of deciding whether interest rates are going to go up or not. And they all said, yeah, we're not going to lower rates in 2023. We see the language was along the lines of, we don't see any way that they're going to be lowering rates in 2023. And so as they raise rates, it makes money more expensive, literally. So people with mortgages that have adjustable rates have now 2 or 3x their monthly cost of paying a mortgage, which for you people who aren't in America, mortgage means home loan. People are living day to day. They don't have in their budget or their earning potential an extra 2 or 3x on the largest expense they have, which is their housing. It's basically going to cause a lot of people to get foreclosed on. We also see the steepest decline in home sales, I think, in history in the United States. Home sales are down like on average 40%, I believe. Now that's not dollar figure because the dollars are all inflated. That's the number of sales. So the number of sales has fallen 40% this year compared to last year. That's a big fall. So the Fed, in order to fulfill its dual mandate and get inflation down to 2%, is going to have to keep raising rates. And in the 70s, they raised rates to, I believe, 19%. Paul Volcker, who was the chairman of the Fed at the time, raised rates to 19% in order to finally stop the runaway inflation that was happening. And there was a period when his predecessor tried to lower rates early, and it didn't work, and the market responded even worse with even more inflation. And so the Fed has been trained to not let off early. And the indicators that they use to decide what they're going to do with interest rates are very laggy. I think they're on like a 6-month lag, 3 to 6 month lag, I'm not sure which. And so, it's very likely they're going to overshoot, but maybe overshooting is better than not killing it and then it gets worse. It's like taking half of a round of antibiotics. You just train the thing you're trying to kill to be stronger. You need to take it until it's dead, not just train it to be stronger. So if interest rates keep going up, then the stock market should keep going down. If stock market keeps going down, Bitcoin should keep going down, which, by the way, if you look at the Grayscale net asset value to Bitcoin price, so Grayscale is a trust. Grayscale holds 3% of all the Bitcoin in the world. And I think it's like 330,000 Bitcoin, something like that. maybe 380,000. They're trading, their stock price trades at 47% less than the value of the Bitcoin the trust holds. And I warned everyone, if you think buying the Grayscale Trust discount at 10% is a good deal, you're going to hate it when the Bitcoin price goes down and the discount on the stock goes down, and then you get killed twice. So, and that's exactly what happened to everybody. Exactly what I warned about, is so often is the case. The Grayscale discount kept getting bigger, and the Bitcoin price kept going down. And so now everyone that tried to buy the 10%, oh, what a deal, I'm getting 10% off, ultra wrecked. And I don't know when that will stop. If it does stop, I don't know. So, oh, and I love that Michael Saylor finally sold some Bitcoin, but apparently it was just for loss harvesting, and he rebought. But I love it when I call the top and he buys the top, and it's like, so who are you going to follow? The guy that got it right or the guy that got it wrong? People follow the guy that got it wrong. The idiot, the loser, the guy that lost money, Michael Saylor. They follow him. Why? Why would you follow the guy that bought the top on leverage? You dumb. Why would you follow the guy that called Bitcoin a scam in 2013 and said it was going to die like online gaming? What? He didn't even delete the tweet. So it's funny, all the scammers that have me blocked. You're like, geez, maybe they should have followed me and taken my advice, and they could have won. Instead, they just get to watch me win. And the people that listened. So I think crypto will, my guess is that crypto will bottom before stocks, and then we will have the golden bull run. I don't think Bitcoin's bottom was 15,400. I think it goes to 11K. I don't think Ethereum's bottom was 880. I think it goes deeper, 600, 300. And Hex is interesting. We've never really been correlated with any of these things. And I don't know if we are now. I don't know. I mean, people forget this, but when Bitcoin dropped 55% from 65K down to whatever, 28K, Hex went up 30x during that same time period. That's a 60x difference. That's massive decorrelation. And that was a year and a half ago. I guess maybe, I mean, Bitcoin top was like a year and a half ago. And then if we decorrelated for that while, maybe it was like a year ago. I'd have to go check the chart. So Hex has a history of being decorrelated. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, just recently, Hex went up 50%, I think, in the last week. And I think it did it while everything else was pretty flat. So check the charts. I think that it was an accident. Well, if it's the bear market and all everyone does is press sell, then okay, everything's going to go down. But the last time it was a bear market and everything else was going down, Hex went up 30x, and that's a lot of X. So I don't want people to think that Hex is correlated unless there's really good evidence for it. And we know we have really good evidence of decorrelation. And there's people that publish charts on this. Like, there's mathematical formulas you can use to see whether something's really correlated or not. What else? Yeah, so if we can get cryptocurrency adopted, governments will not be able to go to war with what they stole from the citizens. And that's what we have now. They go to war with money that they printed out of thin air, stealing the value of your money, instead of having to pass a war tax that everyone would say no to, and then we wouldn't go to war. So if you want more freedom and you want more peace, Getting governments out of the money printing business is a great idea. And if you don't like $5 for 12 eggs, getting government out of the money printing business is a good idea. And by the way, how would you argue against the world's best performing asset? I mean, I got into Bitcoin when it was 50 cents. It's now $17,000. That's a 34,000x. It's not bad. So like, now, is it weak gains now? Yep. It's 13 years old. There are people that bought 5 years ago that are now down lower in price. You could have paid 20K at the end of 2017 for Bitcoin. Now it's 17K. So it's, I believe, at the top of its S-curve. And I think that the run-up you may have in Ethereum will be similarly limp because the numbers just get so heavy and so massive as the price runs up. I mean, the market cap of Ethereum right now is probably more than half that of Bitcoin's. So the same limp gains that Bitcoin ran into earlier are very likely to be what Ethereum runs into next cycle, when it probably will flip Bitcoin. What else? Yeah, so what's going on good in the world? I wish more people were working on medicine, because I'm a fat old dude, and without a pill, I'll be very dead very soon. So we need somebody to be working on them pills. And you know, they're probably not going to be pills. They'll probably be something more exciting, but it's a short kind of way to encapsulate the idea. So bull run, historically, bear markets lasted in between a year or two. We've already finished 1.5 years from the top I called, which is, you know, that top call has been a profit every single day for the last 1.5 years, maybe longer now. And if people didn't buy on leverage a fake double top, which made that 6% higher high Judas candle from 65K to 69K, we might have already been done with this bear market. But nope, the dum-dums didn't want to listen to Mr. Richard, so they're all wrecked. They lost everything. And now we have to wait longer. So I'd love to see the Mt. Gox coins get distributed. I'd love to see the Finex coins. You know, we've got over $1 billion of Finex coins from the Finex hacker. We've got over $1 billion of coins from the Silk Road hacker. We've got over $1 billion of coins from the Mt. Gox bankruptcy. Who knows what China's doing with their Plus token, over $1 billion that they got. I don't know what China's done with them. I'd love for all those guys to sell the bottom. Sell the bottom, make the bottom, dump it. We've got something like $2 or $3 billion of coins in Celsius. I think it's like 2.4 billion. 2.4 or 3. Like 2, 3, 4 billion, something in that range. I don't know what BlockFi is sitting on. I don't know what Genesis is sitting on. I know that the Grayscale Trust is sitting on many, many billions. They're sitting on a larger stack than anybody else. So what's 330? Let's see, in between 330 and 380. Let's call it 350. What's 350,000 times 17,000? Calc. $6 billion. So yeah, I wish that these price targets would get hit, because, you know, buying a bottom, very nice, very, very nice if you can do it. I mean, look at the guys that bought Hex a week ago. They're up 50%. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. What other thing could you have bought and gone up 50% in a week with no middlemen, no counterparty risk, on-chain exchange? It's awesome. I like it. I like it very much. So other good things going on in the world. If you guys are listening, haven't read my free self-help books, or went back to my oldest YouTube videos, which are free self-help videos, do it. Why not? How do you think I got where I am? I used my own good advice, the same good advice that you could use that's in the book. It's free. Read it. You can even get the audiobook. go on YouTube and search Scivive, SCIVIVE, audiobook. And you can have the words read to you. It's all free. There's really good stuff in there. There's even a second book called Fix the World. I don't know if that audiobook's done yet or not. I'd have to ask. Once again, volunteers. So we covered bear market, bull market, timing. So I love these price targets to get hit. I'd love the coins that are going to get sold to get sold. There's other bear stuff out there, like when they finally allow the 10 or 15% of the Ethereum supply that's locked up in ETH 2.0 staking to be released, because right now it's not released. If you lock your coins to stake Ethereum, you can't get them back out. They're stuck there. That will be bearish. So when those coins are actually going to get released, when 10 or 15% of the total supply is coming out on a single day, kind of like a big payday, I think you're going to see the Ethereum price go down. What else? Yeah, Pulsechain, devs are working. As always, it's close. They'll eventually run out of stuff to do. They're nearing that point. Let me think. Price, the good things. There's so many good things. People don't realize how good crypto is. What more do you want from it? It works. It does what it says it's going to do, at least the crypto that I talk about. A lot of you guys buy scams and rug pulls and garbage coins and proof of spam and just all types of crap. I don't promote those things. What more do you want? Hex went up 10,000x. Bitcoin went from a penny to $69,000. That's 690 million% return. Hex did 1,000,000% return. Ethereum, from the COVID dip, went from 88 to 5,000. What do you want? We've got on-chain exchange, we've got on-chain options, we've got on-chain lending, on-chain borrowing, we've got zero knowledge proofs. So zk.money lets you transact anonymously. What do you want? This stuff's awesome. It's so good. And it's like, if you sat in real estate, you had to wait 14 years for a 3x. If you sat in the stock market, you had to wait 14 years for a 3x. If you got into Hex, you got 10,000x in 2 years. What do you want? And then I pointed out, it's so funny. I have to point this out to people. Some guy bought a massive Hex dip back in 2020. A lot of people did. But this one guy that was murdering the price earlier, this week, he bought like a 75 or 85% dip. And then the price went up a lot. And then went down a lot. And now he's selling at only 100x returns before staking. He got paid a lot more. I mean, I think he was staked for big payday, which is a minimum 33% payout extra. So he's making massive, insane gains because he bought a dip. And had he not bought that dip, he wouldn't have had 100x. He might have had a 25x. That's a big difference. So now you have the price down 90, 95%. And people don't see the opportunity. They're just like, oh, it sucks. You're like, does it suck? I see a guy selling at 100x returns right now because he bought a similar dip back then. So you look at a dip now and you don't see the similarity. Like I never can predict the Hex price. But if you look at the chart, it's by and large up and to the right. And the people that have made the most money in it have sat through the most dips. So imagine the difference in your risk between buying 20 times higher a year ago and buying 20 times less now. It's less risk. Paying less for stuff, and when it's the same stuff, like, would you rather buy a car for 1 unit of price or 20 units of price? It's the same car. You're like, I'll take it for 20 times less, please. So by getting things cheaper is less risky than getting the same thing for much more money. I mean, I wish that when Bitcoin had dropped from 30 to 2 that I'd added. That would have been nice. Oops, you know? So, SciVive, free books, free price calls, free Telegram chats, free videos. The Highest of Stakes documentary looks awesome. It's totally and completely finished. It's just waiting to be bought. And I have nothing to do with that. Like, I'm in the movie, but I don't have any profit in it. I don't have any rights. I don't have any creative control. I just have a right of refusal, which pretty much I already don't even have that anymore because I signed off. I'm like, yep, looks cool. Not a lawyer, remember? So we covered the security stuff. I'll check if you guys have questions. Let's see where the chat is. Let me click my own link. Hey, I've got 294.4K followers on Twitter. Yay. I'm gonna have to mute this audio before you guys get double feedback. There we go. I need chat to show up. Did I really hide this thing? All right. Oh, when Richard Hart, sovereign state. Yeah, you're going to have to wait a little bit on that. Got to find a country that maybe has a port and is happy to let us set up a special economic area. You say BTC hasn't reached bottom yet. Maybe people are waiting for BTC bottom to get into Hex. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the price just went up 50%. Maybe they're not waiting. I don't know. Oh, I can pause the video. Pause. No, I just need the chat. I'm reading the chat on the YouTube stream, guys, by the way. We want a Joe Rogan interview. Yep. Somebody says dips don't last 1.5 years. Maybe you should go back and check the price chart in Bitcoin, bro. You're going to see some dips last 2 years. Use brain. Learn. Why don't you do live streams, Richard Hart? Well, man, do you see my good mic here? Do you hear all this echo crap? Do you see a good background? No, I'm not in my normal live streaming stuff, so it's just way harder for me to do the things I want to do. I'm gonna probably upload this video, so. This is such a stupid question. I've been doing live streams all the time on other people's channels, like all the time. So what is this? Why don't I do live streams? What? Like, I've been doing live streams all the time. Like, go on my Twitter. I tweet them. What I've been doing for fun? Having sex with really beautiful women. And I am extremely happy about it. Like, finally so happy. Like, my heart is full. And I shop a lot. And I'm building a museum. I'm building the Richard Hart Museum. I'm thinking of sending the floor plans to you guys so that you can actually like come up with some ideas. I'll probably do that. Happy anniversary, Richard. Thanks. I don't know what anniversary you mean. How much more can Hex drop? It can go to 0. Well, actually not. You can't deploy, you can't actually deplete a Uniswap V2 pair to 0. And since there still is some Uniswap V2 liquidity, technically it's impossible to go to 0. But it could go so close to 0, it might as well be. The question is, what's more likely? The price keeps going up and to the right, or it goes to 0? What's the APY for delegating looking like? Well, there's not delegation anymore because it's merged Ethereum consensus. So the APY will be a function of how many people are competing for you or competing against you to get it. So unless you know what percentage of the network is gonna try to get that yield, you can't calculate your ROI. So it's not knowable. I mean, you could know what the maximum is, just assuming you're the only guy getting any yield. Does your black shirt give you live stream superpowers? I don't know, it just hides my boobs. But I also just raise the camera up so high you can't see them, so. I look skinnier, haha. Thoughts on Chat GPT AI? It's gonna make grading homework a lot harder when everyone can just use a different prompt to make intelligent looking homework. It's gonna make bots, fake girls on Tinder and other places better than their current Indonesian guy sitting in a sweaty chat room somewhere. It's gonna make that a lot harder. It's gonna make spam unbearable in comments and forums. It's just, people are gonna have to run their own counter GPT detection stuff, basically. Richard, shout out to Indonesian hexagons. What an odd timing. I mean, I'm scrolled up in chat, so that's funny. Hi, Indonesian hexagons. Securing wallet advice, please. You know, you don't actually have to have a wallet. You don't. Let me give an example. You install a wallet, you generate your keys, you do whatever you need to do with your wallet. So maybe you buy Hex, maybe you stake Hex. Then you securely delete your wallet. And as long as you have your seed words, you can always re-input your seed words and create your wallet anew. And so you never have to have your seed words in your computer. You never have to have your seed words in a wallet. They can just sit on a piece of paper somewhere. Or you can spread them across multiple pieces of paper using Shamir secret sharing. So this idea of like, they shouldn't be called wallets, by the way. They should be called keychains because you can make copies of keys and have multiple keys, and that's what they are. Your coins don't live in the wallet. Your coins live in the blockchain. Your keys just give you access to the coins. So you can have multiple wallets, just like you can have multiple keychains. Your coins don't live in them. So the safest place to store your keys is not in your computer. Greetings from Toronto. Always great to hear you live. Thanks for educating us. Does all this good awareness achieved in this delay in launch ever blow you away? So he basically said we're getting more awareness by having a delayed launch. Cool. I like that. That's nice. Yeah, we're not resting on our laurels. We're all spreading the good word. Good point, man. Oh, I didn't scroll fast enough, so it made me scroll on its own, which means I lost a lot of messages. Ooh, nice donation, Steph, with the 500. Steph from staker.app. Or it's just some guy with a head like his. Do I click this? No, it's Steph. Next Hex conference from the Richard Hart Museum with VIP access for Richard Hart NFT holders. Sounds kind of cool, man. That's a good idea. Some guys asking about gas. I think gas for Hex is extremely cheap right now because bear markets tend to lower demand, tend to make gas cheap. Somebody says, do you like my preloaded Hex token 1-inch front end? I don't know what that means, bro. You're going to have to explain that to me. How will Pulsechain outperform ETH in price appreciation? Let me think. Historically, what type of ROIs have L1 Ethereum competitors made? Extremely good ones. Oh, perchance, which ones might this be? Well, historically, we've seen AVAX, BSC, Polygon, Solana, all pump hard. So even crappy L1s have pumped really hard. So EVM based L1, historically, done extremely well ROI wise. I'm sure I could list other ones if it racked my brain. Also, how do you beat something? I mean, Pulsechain is going to launch at 0. So, now I don't know how much supply will be available at 0, but it's pretty hard to beat the ROI of something that goes from 0 to anything. Because, you know, in theory, it's like infinite ROI. Will there be a sacrifice to the wallet? I don't know. Greater fool theory rebuttal? Easy. First of all, I think it's already on the hex.com/scam rebuttal list. But in case it's not, here you go. Businesses are a Ponzi scheme because if people stop buying, they go out of business. That's how stupid no-coiners are. Houses are a Ponzi scheme because the price only goes up if the next guy pays more. Stocks are a Ponzi scheme because the price only goes up if the next guy pays more. Yeah, wow. Life is a Ponzi scheme. It only continues if the next guy has kids. Yeah, that's how everything works. True. Yep. You know, the price goes down if everyone stops buying. Yeah, that goes for everything. Yep, everything works that way. And the whole planet, yes, correct. And this disproves the best performing asset class of all time. How? How does it do that? So, yeah, everything is the greater fool theory. Everything. And then stupid people come along and they're like, well, we want things that have intrinsic gains. We want weak things that, oh, is that what you want? Okay, we'll buy utilities. And what's the price to earnings ratio on utilities? Garbage, like some of the lowest that exist. So if you want high to price earnings ratio and you want high volatility and you want mad gains, it turns out that most of the mad gains occur in things that do not have base demand. Like in theory, Amazon's lost money every single year. And how's their stock price looking? It's basically, if you zoom out, up and to the right forever. Oh, but there's 40 and 50% dips? Yep. And still up and to the right forever. And they're 50% of all internet sales in the United States. What do you want? Right? So that people don't understand the time value of money. Like Amazon could decide to be massively profitable at any moment they want by just stopping growing and just sit where they are and just make insane gains every single year. But they'd rather keep getting scaled up and make more in the future. So it's called discounted future earnings. Anyway, so like, yeah, greater fool theory is stupid. If your theory versus the reality of best performing asset ever, look at the price chart. I'm going to take the price chart over your fan fiction, stupid, feels good social theory. Price chart wins. What did I get for Christmas? Food and what else did I get? Oh, people that gave me gifts are gonna be so pissed. I don't remember what else I got. Food's the only one that I can remember off the top of my head. Are you a billionaire? No one knows, but I'm rumored to be. What's your take on reverse aging? Long way to go. How do you justify ladies, liquor, and leverage? Asking seriously, what do you think that mantra means in the case of men who really like women? Cool to hear your insights. I mean, prenuptial agreement seems like a great idea. Should Jeff Bezos have lost $40 billion to his wife, Mackenzie, when they got divorced? I don't think so. Oopsie. I think it's hilarious how many smart people don't have prenuptial agreements. Just give away half, bro. He's avoiding Pulsechain update question. And banned. I gave you all the Pulsechain updates I possibly could earlier. Guesstimate for how long we will have testnet v3 before mainnet if no hiccups. Let's be serious. Do we really care about anything I say as far as timing? I know I don't. Even when my devs give me timing estimates, I think they're wrong too. So, like, don't ask. Timing in software is comedically hard. Do you consider Pulsechain decentralized? Yeah. Somebody looked up how many different countries were running Pulsechain testnet nodes, and there's like apparently thousands of them. Not thousands of countries, but like thousands of different nodes all over the place. So you can go on Twitter and find that report. There's a lot of people running Pulsechain testnet nodes. A lot. I want you to hit 300K YouTube followers. Yeah, that'd be cool. Where do devs get more Richard Hart attention? Well, dude, I just read your comment. It wasn't useful. Maybe make a useful comment? Your museum will look like a hexagon, not like a pyramid. Lol. Where will museum be? I'll tell you one day. Go over how Hex always leaves meat on the bone for noobs and plebs. I mean, that's what a dip is, right? Like if a dip goes back to its previous all-time high. So if you're on a 95% dip and you hit your other previous all-time high, that's a 20x on its own. Anything new about Pulsex? I mean, it's been working great for a long time. Buy and burns work. It works. So, don't really know what to tell you about it. I think they integrated limit orders in there too. Go test it. Go try it. What do I think about Canada? Don't like what they're doing to, who's that guy? His daughter wanted to interview me. Jordan Peterson. Don't like what they're doing to him. Don't like what they're doing with the vaccine. Don't like, I mean, I don't know, man. Don't like what they did with the truckers, seizing the funds of anyone under like an emergency war order, like emergency powers. Oh my God. It's an emergency. We need to like seize the money of people that bought these guys lunch. That's a scam. So like, there's a lot of things going on there I don't like. I don't know whether it's good that they banned foreign purchases of real estate. They just did that. It's pretty extreme. Might be good, might be bad. I'm not sure on that one. Minimum PLS to be a validator. It's 32 million right now. I got to check the game theory to make sure I like that number, but I'm fine with it being 32 million for now. You still think 11K BTC? Yep. Why not? Thoughts on the Hex Investment Trust? I don't really know much about it. How many execution layers will Pulsechain have? That question doesn't make any sense. It's a copy of Ethereum. How many execution layers does Ethereum have? In all caps. There will be a sovereign state run by Richard Hart. It's only a matter of time. I just hope I can be part of the movement. Nice. What's your advice for this new year? Eat less, move more. Don't drink alcohol. Don't drink caffeine. Do Mr. Beast content. Yeah. Great to see you wearing black. Whatever hides the boobs. Thoughts on crypto hex games? I think people that buy games usually get wrecked. I think people that buy Hourglass get wrecked. I think people that buy fake hacks get wrecked. Like, there's a reason I talk about very few coins. It's very easy to get wrecked buying coins. I think most coins get you wrecked. Pretty sure. Do you see Pulsex dropping 85 to 95% like everything else? Well, man, it depends where you measure it from. If it launches at 0, where's it going to drop from? 0 to what? Super duper 0 to like, yeah, I don't, if they run up 10,000x, sure, why not? Why not have an 85, 95% drop like every other crypto has done? Seems reasonable. I mean, look, Hex went up 10,000x and then went down 20x. That's what a negative 95% is. It's a negative 20x. It went up 10,000x. It's a negative 20x. It's like, it's in the game. It's fine. It's expected. This is what's so funny about the internet in general. Some guy comes in a chat, his name is Pulsex Bull, and then he just fuds and makes bearish post. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm gonna hide, but what? Richard, where are your watches? I'm not wearing them. What camera do I use for my live streams? This is a Sony Alpha 1 on a 1.2 f1.2 50mm G Master lens in 422 color. Although I'm not sure that YouTube doesn't turn it to 420. We'll see. We'll see when I upload it. When's my movie coming out? Whenever some big streaming platform buys it, I think. It's not my movie, I'm just in it. It's nice seeing you live after all. Thanks, man. Sending hugs, appreciate it. I do love some hugs. Any comment about NFTs? I don't like them, but eventually there will be a Richard Hart hex.com diamond NFT. So, but in general, I don't like NFTs. And by in general, I mean I extremely do not like NFTs. I'm looking fabulous, really? Check to see if that's true. The hair looks good. The rest looks tired, perhaps. Thoughts on Elon Musk and the Twitter files? Great. Good. I'm glad people are seeing behind the curtain. Just remember that cryptocurrency is banned nearly everywhere. So it's nice of Elon to like show all the scumbaggery that goes into banning a lot of things. But crypto's banned nearly everywhere. So you can't advertise it on Reddit. You can't advertise it on Google. You can't advertise it on Facebook. You can't advertise it a lot of places. Is that fair? Is that good? Is it fair and good that the world's best performing asset, you can't advertise anywhere? No, sucks. So who would win in a fight, bear or gorilla? The bear would win. What kind of chicks are you into? I really like girls that like me. Also, I like pretty girls. Richard, why don't you say smart? Because it's optional. I'm smart enough for both of us. Good one, Rich. Complaints inbound. Ding, ding, ding. Thoughts on Uni v3 source, whatever. I don't know. I think there's some upsides to Uni v2 over Uni v3. Yes, I do. So if you're in Uni v3, you don't have to have both sides of the pair to be an LP. But in Uni v2, which Pulsex is a fork of, you do need both sides. And so there's something to be said for needing both sides when one of those sides is a coin you think is cool. Will this V3 be a new V1? Because, yeah, this V3 is not a BSC fork, it's an ETH fork. So it's totally, completely different consensus method. Any comment about NFTs? Yes, they're horrible trash. There's few things worse. Marry me, Richard. No, Abdul. Richard showed trending on my Twitter feed. Hey guys, there's a difference between trending and trending for you. There's two different tabs. Beware. What's your thought about modern monetary theory and its practice in the current world? Are you talking about the credit theory of money? I like it. Can Hex ever hit an all-time high? Yes, it can. It kind of did that for a living not so long ago. What's the safest email to use? I don't know. Like the two most common like secure email things I see are something called Tuanota or Tutanota. I don't know what that one is. And then Proton Mail. So those are the two most common like secure email things I see. And the most secure email is no email. Why use it? I mean, you can use Telegram chats with timers and secure, and you can do voice on them, and you can do GIFs, and you can do videos, and you can send 2 gigabytes of files, and like, Telegram's way better than email, particularly if you use it in its secret chat form. The problem with secret chat is you can't read it on desktop, so it's a little bit less convenient, but it is more secure. Somebody asked a question about an executive of a large streaming company, and I don't know the answer to that one, but I referred the name to the director, so we'll see. We need Richard Offspring, one father. Good point, bro. Maybe I'll reduce the excellence of my pull-out game. Who knows? You able to get another Ferrari? Yeah, I got a Pursangue on order. We'll see when it comes in. Richard, shout out to my new baby twins. Shout out. Cool, his username's the Twin Father. Nice one, dude. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I killed my hour, didn't I?
Yeah, that was great. I remember there's one thing I forgot to ask you. Somebody who I refer to as the Pulse longevity whale, the person I think who is the top sacrificer for the Sen's
the 10 million guy?
airdrop. Yeah.
Nice. What a cool dude.
He apparently he recently paid more money for Aubrey to be represented by Shiat Day, which is a famous advertising firm that was responsible for the Apple advertisement Think Different.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to shout out to the Pulse Longevity Whale. And then I was also supposed to ask if you'd be willing to maybe talk privately with the Shiat Day advertising company.
I'm amazed that a company with such a bad name could do such good work.
I know.
It sounds like you're saying like the singer named Sade. I don't know.
I might be pronouncing it wrong, but apparently
Yeah,
they're super
I'm
famous,
happy to chat with them, sure. I like marketing.
Right on. Yeah. Well, that's great. And now our next segment, we have 9 different hexagons who we want to put in the spotlight one by one. And it's because they've been doing really outstanding work.
I want to go pee.
Sure.
I know it's rare.
Yeah.
I usually never pee, but I want to now. All right, guys, I'll be right back. BRB. Maddie, shill something.
Yeah, well, I already told people about hex.com, but I'm going to tell them again. I'm going to say, there's nothing better than going and learning what the phenomenon is all about. Why this great community has been built is because there's a lot of things that make sense there on hex.com. So everybody should go check it out. Even if you've already been there, even if you already love Hex, if you're a longtime Hexican such as myself, I still get talking points and I still get excited about reading things on hex.com. So definitely go check that out. And thanks everybody for tuning in. We have one more hour of this amazing Hex conference. It's the 3rd year. I've been doing this on the same dates, January 6th through 9th. And tonight we've had record attendance in the live stream, and it's just been a huge pleasure to see so many people show up. There have been people who love Hex, people who hate it, all coming together to watch what all the updates are and what it is that Richard has to say. And so it's been a really special thing to be able to put together for the community. We've had over 69 speakers this year, and it's been running flawlessly, especially with Sticker Guy as the stage manager, and he's going to be one of the 9 that's on this panel here to be in the spotlight with Richard. And so I hope people got a lot of their questions answered. I know we got more of an update than I thought we would on things, and remember, Richard's always more amenable to give updates whenever the community is nice. So definitely shout out to everybody for being on their best behavior and allowing us to get more updates. That's really cool. Somebody says Sticker Guy is going to take up a whole slot. Yeah. Of course, he famously asked the most questions whenever Richard was at an in-person meetup, and so that was really cool. Yeah, so I'm really happy to continue to be streaming every week. I'm going into my 111th week streaming every Tuesday and Thursday night with Hex content. And so if you want to tune in to my weekly stream, I stream every Tuesday night and every Thursday night. Tuesday is Game Theory Gang, and Thursday is Hex Therapy Live. So thanks everybody for being here. Richard's back. Oh, he's got to plug in his headphones. So
Maddie, you're still doing sudden wealth syndrome streams? No.
It's
This is sudden wreck syndrome. Here's the funny part, though, right? Can you imagine if when I bought Bitcoin at $30 and it went to 2, if I'd sold, how stupid I'd feel? I'm like, oh my God, $17,000 now. I feel like such an idiot.
Yeah. That's a great example of how people could wreck themselves. And yeah, I mean, like, I guess Satoshi programmed in time locking, but didn't stick around to make it popular.
Well, he actually didn't. So check time lock verify was programmed by this Canadian dude named, can't remember his name. And
oh, that's great to know.
It just doesn't pay yield. So it didn't exist at all back when Satoshi had not abandoned his project yet. People don't realize, but Satoshi stuck around for about 2 years after Bitcoin had a price, and then he abandoned it. And that's it. So a lot of other founders are still working hard. Vitalik, working hard, writing code, writing blog posts, going on stage. Where's Satoshi? Right? It's hilarious to me. Satoshi had to leave. Did he? No one else left, just him. Hi, I founded a coin. I'm here. Where you at, Satoshi? You know? For you guys that don't know, Bitcoin.org's been hacked and scams have been put on their homepage, the main Bitcoin homepage. And I do emergency live streams to warn people. Satoshi doesn't, because I care about you more than he does. Did Satoshi give you any free coins? I gave Hex for free to Bitcoin holders. Where's Satoshi at? When the
that's how I learned about you.
There you go.
The Bitcoin free claim. Yeah.
Yep. You know, the New York agreement tried to put miners in charge of the protocol instead of devs, and I was on side no 2x. You know, and like, where was Satoshi? So I'm defending Bitcoiners. Did Satoshi warn you to get your coins up BlockFi, Celsius, etc.? No? Okay, well, apparently I'm a better person than him. Or he's dead. Either way, still a more useful person because I'm here. I'm still trying to help you. Bitcoiners forget that. It's like,
Well, not the ones who got into Hex with the free claim, and not the ones who bought Hex and are doing much better than they were in Bitcoin.
maybe
So
the
thank you.
Ethereans will appreciate the world's largest free airdrop, or the lower fees that comes from taking Ethereans onto a better network.
People like free money.
Yep.
Here we have some amazing hexagons who are going to come up one by one, and I'll start a timer for each person for 6 minutes, and they can say whatever they want to, to say what they think the hex community should know or ask you questions. And I'll also say for each person why I think that they really deserve the spotlight. And the first person who's coming up here is Papa Boner, and he has done more than anybody else to volunteer to help people with security when they get hacked, to prevent people from getting hacked, and all that good kind of stuff. So here he is. Welcome.
Hello,
Hey
hello,
there.
hello. Hey, Richard, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Good.
I'm drinking
look,
the caffeine that is not. I'm drinking caffeine to
I've,
stay up for
I've
this
got,
stream.
I've got you beat. I've got 2 of these cans on deck. I got no
Nice.
sleep last night, so
All right.
I'm down with it. Just before I start, I just would say that now that we got 5 minutes and 30 seconds left, I had this whole shticky thing all planned out where I would have these cards and ask you a billion questions in 5 minutes. But I scrapped all that this morning because I thought it would be a complete disservice to those who would give their proverbial eye teeth to get your undivided attention for just a short time.
All right.
So instead, I'm going to adhere to the standard practice of, having a statement first, qualifying myself as a long-standing OG RH maximalist type of guy, easing into a question, and finally rounding it out with a pledge and a promise, and then maybe asking your opinion, and then taking my leave. So
All
let's
right.
begin with
1
some
minute
small
of meta
talk.
question, guy. Let's go. You got
Exactly. Here we
80%
go.
left.
Exactly. So, Richard, a lot of people don't know it, and you don't make a big thing of it, and you really should. Is that you really helped me out because you call the Bitcoin bottom almost exactly to the penny, 3 months before the bottom hit. So I placed my buys in at that time. This is way back before Hex, and then I was happy enough to take your top call recently. The last before this current bull market, and that's the one you make your big thing about because you called it on the day.
Yeah.
I took your advice, and now I'm keeping the heat on the kids in school because of that money, because I wasn't in love with Bitcoin, and I didn't have to sell Hex. So thank you
Nice,
for
man.
that.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad to hear that worked out for you.
Yeah. And then another to the statement portion. Isn't it funny that the community that you pride yourself in touching off as a grassroots event, we were always it couldn't have been that we were real people that were pragmatic, discerning, intelligent adults that really could follow somebody that was speaking truth. We had to be bots or sycophantic fanboys or mercenary. Now the claim is that we're mercenary promoters for hire, but none of which are true. But
hilarious.
but what do you think our next evolution is in terms of the community? We're going to survive this bear, and then how do we come out the other side?
I think. Well, I think a lot of people want Pulsechain to succeed a lot more than wanted Hex to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
And so Hex still isn't listed properly on most ranking sites. Hex still isn't on big exchanges. Hex still isn't spoken of favorably by people that pretend to know what they're talking about. That's all opportunity. That's all gates that can only open. They can't get more closed, really. I guess they could just remove it instead of ranking it improperly, which is basically lying, I might add. Like, they're lying about its rank. It's not true. Mm-hmm. It's a lie. I think that you will have less of that in Pulsechain.
Cool.
People like free money. A lot of people are going to receive a lot of free coins. It's the world's largest free airdrop. And a lot of influencers have publicly stated that they are participating in it. So I think you're going to see a lot less gatekeeping for Pulsechain and Pulsex than you saw with Hex. That's my gut feeling.
Good. Thank you. I got one other question, and this is the only question that I think that should truly matter to an RH
one more
Maxi.
thing.
Yes.
When Pulsechain is working every day, like Hex has been, what happens to the narrative of who Richard is? Is Richard the guy that raised $27 million for charity, or is the guy that spends the most on luxury goods, or is he the guy with the free self-help books, the only self-help author with a coin that I'm aware of, or is he the guy that made Ethereum fees cheaper and did the world's largest free airdrop? And you're like, eventually they're going to have to be like, oh yeah, he's better than us, true. Because you just, or is he the guy that called the price top on the day? Like, it's, eventually the list of achievements becomes so long that you look like a raw idiot if you don't show respect, in my opinion.
Okay. Very good. I have a yes/no question for you, and this is the biggest one that I could come up with. To get a yes or no from you should be the only thing on true believers' minds, and it should settle all doubt for everybody. The question is, for somebody that we trust, we believe in, is it all going to plan? That is, everything from the products that you've released, the product you've released, the projects that you're involved in, the community itself, your personal life, everything. In a yes/no, is it all going to your vision, to your plan? Even though there have been adjustments and pivots.
No.
But no, adjustments and pivots aside, is it for the most part going to plan?
Well, I mean, Hex exceeded my expectations. So, 10,000x in a year and a half. That's crazy. Before staking. Perfect, flawless operation. Even the front end never goes down. Insane. Like, wow. That's amazing. The community, like, I just saw a guy with 3 Hex tattoos, or 3 Richard Hart product tattoos. He had a Hex tattoo, a Pulsex, and a Pulsechain tattoo, full sleeve. I was like, God, okay. Wouldn't have expected that. The community does stuff that are out of the blue, like a Hex NASCAR or those Hex Lamborghinis that raced in the GTC series in the UK. Those things looked awesome. So a lot of these things have exceeded my expectations. And then some things just took longer than even I thought, right? Like, this Pulsechain software is taking longer than I thought. Now, I knew it would take longer than I thought, and I warned everyone again and again and again and again, just like Hex took longer than I thought. But it's fine. It's like, it's taking longer, but it's better. So, cool. Like, what if you're going to make things better, bear market's a great time to make things better.
Great.
But other than that, like, yeah, Hex is doing everything we dreamt it would do. We hoped it would go up 10,000x. We hoped it would be resilient in a bear market. I got to tell you, if you only look at you say, oh, it dropped 95%. Well, not if you staked it didn't, because you got 33% just on big payday, a single day, minimum. People that stake longer got more. And then, all those staking gains cancel out a lot of that dip. And there's so much. What more could you ask for than 3+ years of perfect, flawless operation and a 10,000x price return before staking? I mean, with no staking, you're like the dream, right? And then to be able to buy such a performative asset at such a large dip, that's worked out very well for a lot of people in the past. So imagine if you could buy the best asset in the world for 20 times less. Sounds like it's a good opportunity, You asked a hard question, right? Like, I think we're doing very well. I think Bitcoin dropping 75, Ethereum dropping 85, and Hex dropping 95 is exactly what you would expect and hope for. pretty much.
Excellent. Well, I want to finish up with a pledge, and that is, myself and a lot of the people that have been here from the beginning have all, reached out, and they're saying to me, hey, express to Richard when you get on with him that we're all still here, we're staying the course, we're dedicated to each other and the product.
I think a lot of people
Just
are going to be
because it's the
here for
greatest.
15 years, bro.
Yeah, well, we're committed, we're staked,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
definitely we're here.
Yep.
Yeah, and by the way, as a little bit of a shill, and I just want to tell you that you've inspired me to take action to try to retain our community by giving the best security OPSEC advice that I can muster.
Appreciate
But
it, man,
I'm
because there's
kind
a
of
lot of people who get
no,
wrecked out there.
yeah, I appreciate. No, thank you. But what I want to do is I want to formalize kind of the practitioners, the security practitioners that are in our community that know far more than I do. But we're going to formalize it and create an actual presence, a portal for all Pulsicans and Hexicans to make sure that they can
Nice.
see in a single pane of glass what we all think about whatever's happening.
Cool.
So that's my
Sounds
thing.
good.
It's called B9, by the way.
All right. Be careful, because no one's going to know whether it's a single B or BE or BEE. Be careful with
It's a single
homophones.
B and a number 9. It's
Okay.
B9.
All right. Oh, like,
Yeah. But thank you for the
like
thank you for the
benign,
marketing
like
advice.
not harmful.
That's correct.
I got it. Be careful with the
Hey.
homophones.
Right
Thank
on.
you, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Papa B. And now next up, I know, Richard, that you've heard of Hex.Vision, and we have a member of the community here who's made something way more powerful, in my opinion. Crispy Man, who has created hexfire.io and
Never
has
been on it.
been creating
Tell me about it.
tons of really
You
important
can
insights
on-ramp
for
a new
people's
user
stuff.
right now. What's it do?
What to do? What to do? Hey, Richard. Thanks for the time. Yeah, I set up that website to do. I think what we've talked about, yeah, as a community for a long time. Data is transparent. You can go get it off the blockchain. So that's what I did. And really a shout out to Hex Vision guys, also Hex Daily Stats, other people in the community who have built tools for us to get this kind of information. So that's what that site does. It visualizes the data just a little bit differently,
All right.
than some of the other sites. So that's what I've been after.
We've always
Uh,
had a lot of stat sites, like
oh yeah.
exceptionally good stat sites.
Well, part of the decentralized nature of this, I think you probably know better than I do, is things come and go, right?
Yep.
So people get involved, they might build something, but then maybe it's not of interest anymore. That'll die off, and then something else will take its place. But we have like tons of people working with data. We just saw something new yesterday or a couple days ago from a guy who built a way to pull data right off one of the nodes, hex data right off one of the nodes, and put it out there on GitHub for people to pull it.
So you're not.
And get it.
I think I mean, most guys are using GraphQL kind of stuff. You guys have an
That's
alternative to GraphQL?
well, this guy had offered it up, and I'm not technical
Okay.
enough to
All right.
kind of like dig into it, but basically he was talking about running your own node,
Okay.
right, to get the
Cool.
data instead. But yeah, I use I use a lot of the stuff from Kodiak. Shout out to him. I call him Kodiak, but Kodak, AK, the guy behind Backup Hex,
Nice.
and I also use those graphles as well.
All right.
And so it's pretty cool to be able to get that. Um, yeah, and so a little more lighthearted. One of your next polls. Here's an idea for you. Poll your community to find out how many people installed bidets. 30 minutes or less, because I did it. So uh, that
Okay.
might be a little fun one. I bet
I'll
you.
do
I'm
it.
not sure how many people admit to it, right? Um, and then as far as questions go regarding Pulse and Pulsex, I did ask some of the folks that are in my chats what they thought, what they would want to hear about, and I don't know. Maybe there's nothing new that you can share at the moment for for how the fixer bot might work, or maybe how the bridge will be set up. If you have any
Well, I
thing that
mean,
you
the
might want to
bridge,
talk about?
I believe, is just a fork of the same bridge XDAI uses, which I think is called Token Bridge. I'd have to check. And it's audited out the yin yang. It's got a zillion audits, and apparently it's never had any problems. So that's nice
All
compared
right.
to bridges that have had the living crap hacked out of them. So, but you should be able to easily verify that on testnet. So all this stuff's up on testnet. We've got bridges on testnet, got Pulsex on testnet, we got the buy and burn contracts on testnet. You know, all that stuff's been running for a very long time. So those should be very easy questions to answer.
Okay.
So that answers the bridge question. And then what
The other
was the other
question
one?
was about
Oh,
the fixer bot.
yeah, the fixer bot. I mean, basically it mints pulse and goes and tries to equalize like virtual market caps on the different coins so that they're kind of priced properly, or the ratios are accurate with the inflation of supply. And that's it. So it mints pulse in order to harvest ERC20s so that those ERC20s can't buy as much pulse, kind of, pretty much. I haven't looked at the reports on exactly what the end system state looks like, but as soon as testnet v3 is out, that's probably the next thing I'm going to look at, is exactly what did the fixer bot do, and what in theory would, you know, you're just sanity checking what it did, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Make sure there's no unanticipated,
right.
kind of
You're not, there's going to be edge
repercussions. Right?
cases. There's going to be, you know, things you can't get at. Like I'm not sure the 0x order books are going to get hit because it's like a side chain that has like pre-signed authorizations and stuff. So it's harder to get at. It's not on chain. So I'm not sure if 0x liquidity is going to get hit. I know UniV3 and UniV2 will. I'm not sure about Bank Core protocol, you know. So there's pockets of liquidity that can't get hit, but that's just inevitable. Like you'd rather get to market than fight to like try and eke out these little small things. Like Pareto efficiency, you know, you get 80% done, it's good. It's good enough. Analysis paralysis and never getting to market is crap.
That's
Like,
right.
let's get to market.
Well, they do say perfect is the enemy of good.
Yep. Yep.
Right. Something like that.
Yep.
Hey, one thing to add on to that, or question to ask, go a little bit further. I know there's a lot of stuff out there that we've built as a community. I'm not asking for direction on anything, but is there anything you can think of, analytics wise, tools wise,
I think
metrics wise?
you're not the only dev asking me this. So other devs having similar questions in your head, this goes out to all of you. I think for Hex, the most important parts are outbound messaging and ease of on-ramping. So like, is there a guide, a very simple guide for a Bitcoin user to be like, you know what, I don't like being down after holding for 5 years. Why don't we dump this top of the S-curve old tech and get this new awesome tech? So is there an easy guide for how a Bitcoin guy bridges out of Bitcoin into the Ethereum network and buys Hex? And if not, someone really should make that. And it probably should be on the website. And then that same guide for people in fiat, that same guide for people in other stuff, right? I think most people are either in
Sure.
fiat currencies or in crypto. I guess there's people in real estate, but I don't know how to like get that into the blockchain without going through fiat. You'd have to have like an exchange network. It's possible, but it's more like an eBay, right? Like it's a hard one. So for Pulsechain, I think the important part is on-ramping the Ethereans. Hey, it's faster, it's cheaper, same code, same tickers, not the same liquidity pools, not the same liquidity. If it's fake DeFi and needs to talk to somebody's server, maybe their server doesn't point there, I think getting those guys, like how easy is it for an Etherean to claim his free coins, to participate in Pulsex liquidity providing if they want to stake their Pulsex if they want to run a node if they want to. I think on-ramping all those people that are getting the free coins is the most important part of Pulsex. A lot of things in the Ethereum ecosystem are weird. You're like, okay, of these coins in the wallet, which are scam airdrops trying to scam me and which ones are the real ones?
Yeah.
And you can't tell. And then you see coins with fake prices. You see coins with prices that you can't sell. You see these fake coins. Now there's a new attack that people will do. Well, they'll see an address that you've sent to, and then they'll brute force a very similar address that has the same starting characters. And then they'll fake as though you sent to that too, but you didn't really send to it. It just looked like you did. And then if you check Etherscan and you see the last thing that you think you sent to and you copy paste that address that looks just like the one you wanted to send to, it actually sends to a hacker. You're like, God dang, these guys are really, really getting their scam on, And low gas fees actually makes these scams more prevalent because they're cheaper to execute. So like
Right.
on BSC, you see other scams where like anything that ever receives a BSC send immediately gets spammed a bunch of fake tokens like immediately because it's like nearly free to do, or I'm not sure actually, but it's a lot cheaper than the Ethereum network to do. So it's we've got a staking front end that helps bootstrap people into being able to stake. We've got that script that executes Docker instances that allows people on Windows machines to easily run validators and or be stakers if they want to lock up their coins. And then I didn't think about this until now, but if you become an Ethereum validator, you can't get your Ethereum out. It's stuck there. I don't think we have that same problem in Pulsechain. I'd have to check, but I think if you become a Pulsechain validator, you can get your coins back out.
Yeah, I think that's good news. Yeah. I think that's good news if that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I know some of the guys were talking about it recently. Right?
Yeah.
Asking that question out loud, will that happen that way?
Yeah, I don't believe that I haven't heard of any mechanism by which people wouldn't be able to not withdraw. Like it was never mentioned. So it seems like, I'll check, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to withdraw, which is something you can't do on Ethereum. Just funny.
At the very least, though, it's going to be open to more people, obviously, right? I mean,
well, it's much more affordable
to validate. Yeah.
I mean, it's $32,000. Well, it's like $50,000 to be an Ethereum validator right now, and you have to buy all the hardware and the connectivity. But just in Ethereum tokens, it costs you 32 of them, and they're $1,350 each. So like, it's around 50 grand.
I'm so glad you guys got to talk.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Richard.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Maddie.
Awesome. And now up next, we have the most followed YouTuber when it comes to Hex. This is Crypto Coffee.
What's up, Richard?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, bro. You look great in the black V-neck. I wanted to say
it's a normal neck.
Flat and clear old titties,
You can't tell what's going on with the C cups here.
I think you actually look skinnier, though. I wanted to give you a shout out for that.
I'm trying. Like I'm eating healthier. We'll see how it goes.
Nice, man. Well, now that I've buttered you up, I've got one question regarding, it was kind of related to what Crispy Man was saying about EIP 4844, and it's like the whole Ethereum staking thing. So I heard some developers kind of speculating about, well, the ETH devs would probably need to finish that EIP for whatever to allow ETH withdrawals before, Pulsechain can allow ETH withdrawals. But I guess this can just be like a yes, no, or I don't know. But like, is that something that we're waiting on the Ethereum side
I haven't
for
heard of
ETH
that.
withdrawals to be a thing before Pulsechain withdrawals can be a thing?
I would find that,
It'd be
I
weird that
would
it never came up
assume,
yet.
yep, true. When V3 launches, I'll let you know whether people can unstake or not.
I'm gonna fan fiction
Well,
narrative that's
welcome to
not
I
a big
wish I
deal.
was a dev. I'm not sure. I have to check with devs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. The museum, how's that going?
Well, it's like 5,000 square feet and a lot of floor space. Right now, the walls are tore up, so installing toilets and just making glass floors and just making cool stuff, basically. Doing security needs a lot of secure work because a lot of the stuff in there is going to be expensive.
It's cool. What was like the whole vision? Like, why are you doing that? I mean,
Well,
obviously it's gonna probably get like a lot of press, because I mean, who does something like that?
it's a good question. I have all this expensive stuff. People want to
Right.
see it. So, in a lot of cities in the world, the only store that will have a constant queue out front is the Louis Vuitton store. A lot of people in that queue that'll wait an hour or two aren't going there to buy, they're going there to look. And so, if you want to see the best Louis Vuitton you'll ever see, you're not going to see it at the store. You're going to see it at my museum. The store doesn't have it. I know, because I've been to all the stores. So I think I've invented a new type of place that people can go that didn't previously exist. I've traveled the whole world. I've lived in a hotel for 5 years. And I've seen what is on offer to tourists. I've been to a lot of museums. They mostly suck. They're mostly terrible. I don't care to go to most of them again.
Yeah.
I want to see stuff that's actually cool. These Louis Vuitton light up bags are cooler than, this is probably going to make a lot of people angry. I'd rather look at this than the Mona Lisa. You ever go to the Louvre?
Oh yeah.
You ever go to see the Mona Lisa? You're
No,
sitting
but I saw a
8 meters,
couple
10
of them.
meters from it, and it's this big.
Yeah.
This is how big
Yeah.
it is. So you see basically like a postcard when you go to see it in real life. You're like, okay, cool. It's like a lady with no eyebrows. Cool. Why do I care?
Yeah.
Like what? Okay. She's not even
No, it's
hot.
like that
Like,
Salvador Dali one with the clocks or whatever. There's
yeah,
a
like
line at the Museum of Modern Art.
once you've seen one melted clock, you're like, I get it, dude. You melted clocks,
Yeah,
cool.
and
Now
it's
you're
it's
just
actually
gonna
like
melt them everywhere.
yay
And
big. It's
wow.
fucking small. Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
No, I think it's a good idea. I mean, look, the diamond got you what, like 50 news articles. You talk about this all the time. You raise 27 million, get one news article. You buy
Right.
world's biggest diamond, you get a million. This is gonna be, I feel like, some kind of new viral. Like I can imagine like the Logan Pauls of the world coming and just to get a selfie on TikTok at like the Richard Hart Museum.
well, it depends on what's there, right? So I know
Yeah.
I know a light up bag's going there. I know the Louis Vuitton airplane bag is going there. It's like 50 grand. These are like 20 grand each. I'm not sure about the 10 million watches. It's just huge security concerns. So like
Yeah.
jewelry shops empty their windows and put them in a giant vault when they go home. And when they're open, they have 2 doors that you have to get through, and they have a lot of physical human security there. And it's a lot of those things are the opposite of getting more people in the door. So adding that second door drops a lot of people off. You lose a lot of actual square footage when it all becomes vault. And then you still have huge security concerns during the day, because like how many videos have I seen of the United States jewelry shops? Three dudes come in with hammers, and it's like bing, bing, bing,
Oh yeah.
bing, yoink, yoink, yoink.
Oh,
You know,
during
and
the
you're
pandemic,
like,
I saw that going on right outside my window. It was just
right,
the riots in the streets. Yeah.
yeah. So like it's these like 20, 30, 40, 50K items, I think are easier to secure and have, it's going to be a lot harder to resell them and maintain the value, right? Like, what's the market for like a stolen Louis Vuitton airplane bag? You're probably going to take a big hit off of retail if you can sell it at all. Because a lot
Yeah.
of people in that market, they don't want to buy a stolen one.
Yeah.
Whereas like, I think the Rolexes would be maximum risk. So like if I chuck 10 million of watches there, or if I put the world's largest diamond there, like I paid 4 million, but it's probably worth 10, 15, 20, who knows?
Yeah. Is there like a country that's better or worse? Or maybe you don't want to say
It's
yet?
really the luck of the draw. I mean, even Antwerp has had diamond thieves go and rock like, 10 guys deep or 6 guys deep, hardcore
Yeah.
theft, right? And it depends on how much you want to spend. I think, like with the hex.com diamond, I think the right play with that, and I haven't figured out how to do it yet, I haven't asked around yet. I think the right play with that is to put it on tour across museums that have established user bases already. Because that's the thing, like art tours, right?
Yeah.
So I don't
Well,
know what
either way,
tech-
I think this is going to be just a new kind of virality. It's something literally, I don't think anyone's ever done it quite like that. But there's also this
I'm
guy, Money
worried.
Gang Crypto.
I'm
He
worried
he
that the
does
right way to
security.
make it viral is to be a dick about it and make it all about me. But that's not what I want to do. I don't want to make
Yeah.
like this is just my own personal vanity museum. Like that feels gross to me, even though it is in line with kind of the concept of outrage marketing. Like from my perspective, I want to make it something that I would want to go see. I wouldn't want to go see a museum about me, but I would want to go see like the coolest stuff. Not that they're mutually exclusive. I feel bad that like my gut feeling is that to make it totally over the top, gaudy, insane is gonna get the most press, as opposed to like, oh look, a cool new thing that never existed before. Like you can just go actually see the coolest stuff. It's not for
Yeah, it's
sale,
kind of
but
unfortunate. It's like it's just the world we're living in. People want a show. People
I mean
want
maybe I could do both and like rotate after one. I don't know, man.
well,
We've
whatever,
still got
man.
time
Either
to
way,
figure it
I'm
out.
sure it's going to be awesome. And I just wanted to plug. There's a guy named Money Gang Crypto. He's a YouTube streamer. He also does security for high net worth individuals and work for a security company. So if you want, you might want to hit him up if you're looking for that kind of those kind of people right now.
Is he a States guy? Is he in the States?
He's in the UK.
All right. We can chat about it.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, man.
I don't know. Just a
I
job.
appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
Good talking to
Last
you, bro.
question. Well,
Go ahead, hit
one
me.
more.
Hit me with
Squeeze
one more.
in. All right. You talked about ChatGPT, and
Yep.
I was wondering if you had any thoughts about using ChatGPT as a partial editor, as like a productivity tool for SciVive. So, for example, run a
think we
couple of
need it.
paragraphs.
I don't think we need
Okay.
that. I think it'd be great for spamming SEO for keywords we care about.
Yeah.
I think that would be ideal, but I don't think it. You gotta understand, like, it misses a lot. It screws up a lot. You're gonna have to manually check it
Yeah.
anyway. Instead of manually checking it, you could just manually check what you fed it. It's already more than good enough. I think ChatGPT is much more of a spam lots of stuff that's like 70% correct than it is try and get something 100% correct. It doesn't do that.
Yeah. Well, it can write tweets pretty well, but
I mean,
that doesn't take
they're
much effort.
doing a lot of testing on it. Like if someone just fed it the bar exam and it can't pass the bar exam yet, but it could pass 2 parts of it. So it could pass like,
Oh, shit.
yeah, the ChatGPT as it exists now can pass 2 subsections of the bar, but not the MBE, and I don't even know what MBE stands for, bro.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's probably a better lawyer than some other people out there, but Anyway, man, let's keep this show on the road.
All
And
right.
one last thing, just congrats on the sex.
Thank
I've
you. I
had
love
sex
it.
before too, and it's pretty cool.
I
And
love it
so
so
it's fun
much.
to say congrats.
It's really the best thing ever.
Yeah,
The more, the merrier.
yeah, man. All right, later,
See
dude.
you, bro.
Thanks, Crypto Coffee. You rock.
Why does
Next
everyone have a
up,
better
we
background
have
than me? Oh, because I'm not where I normally am. Fine.
next up we have Hexray Vision, who has been somebody who is encouraging other streamers. He held a meetup in Salt Lake City for the Hex conference for people who wanted to watch it together. So shout out to you, Hexray Vision, and thanks for everything you do.
Thanks. Let's go. I'm going to hit the timer here. This is going to be rapid fire. I'm going to try to get as much Richard as I can in these 6 minutes.
That's
All
what
right,
she
so
said.
first of all, now, I'm not going to ask you when Pulse, but we are doing no shave till Pulsechain. So if you could just wink at when you think this beard is going to launch,
I don't know,
just
bro.
or blink twice for help me, whatever works.
You're gonna have
Right here,
I
right
don't
here.
know. I really don't know. I'm
All
useless.
right.
It's just like Hex. Hex was like 4 weeks forever until it just launched. And you're like, it launched. There you go.
Yeah,
Similar
that was
thing.
fun.
I mean, this we have a little tease because you can see V3. Like, so.
Yeah, well, we didn't know something amazing like Hex could exist, but now we know Hex can exist, so it makes us a little more impatient for Pulse.
Yep,
You
I
know what
feel
I'm
you.
saying?
Yep, that's true.
Will Pulsechain have an execution and consensus layer?
Yep.
And how many execution layers is the target?
I don't know what the hell that means. There's just two.
I don't either.
There's literally just two. Everyone runs. I don't remember whether. Okay, I'll look it up. Hold on a second.
Okay. All right. While you're looking it up, let me fire another question for you. When will you release the results of your 23andMe that proves that Hexo is your biological son?
Oh lol. I'm never doing a 23andMe. Why would I give Google my genetic data when I can just own the data myself and get it sequenced myself? Why would I give them the rights to my DNA? It's
Fair enough.
retarded. Like, no, I don't need a discounted gene sequencing by giving away the intellectual property rights to my genes.
All right. Will there be a minimum Pulse stake?
Yeah. Currently it's 32 million. I'm not sure it's the right number, but it's fine for testnet.
Okay. How long
Basically,
do you see
the way minimum stake works is there's attack vectors that come from being a crappy staker, and having less crappy stakers is better. And so you kind of are targeting an actual real world value to get better quality of service, kind of. So it's a guessing game. What's the value of a pulse? I don't know. So 32 million is a fine starting spot.
Okay. You ready for the next one?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just still looking for like the most popular nodes.
Okay. How long do you see the 4-year cycle in crypto repeating?
Well, it's kind of getting longer, right? So we had a 2-year bear in like 2013, 2014. Then we had like a 1-year bear, 2017 to 2018. Now we've had, maybe a year and 3/4 in 2021 till now. So it's like you used to never be able to be down on Bitcoin if you held for 3 years. Now you can be down if you held for 5. So in theory, cycles are elongating. However, the 2017 to 2018 year bear being shorter than the 2013 to 2014, 2015 one is like counter. So there's nuance to this. I mean, Bitcoin and crypto doesn't exist in a vacuum. General macroeconomic theory and risk on versus risk off asset investing behavior really moves these markets. So if stocks are just going to go down for a while, it makes it hard for the rest of crypto, if the larger ones at least. So, I mean, let's be serious. Most coins are down massive. almost all coins are down massive. But
Uh,
if you go up 10,000x, down 20x is like fine.
do all of your girlfriends receive a complimentary Richard Hart was right T-shirt after a sleepover?
You know what? That sounds like a good idea. I think they could think of better gifts, but it's not a bad idea.
All right. How long did it take your team to develop the AI bot that we call Maddie Allen?
I don't know how old Maddie is. It's a good question.
All right. Which hexagon would you personally use as a footstool? And how much would Bristology complain when you choose him?
I have no idea, dude. These questions are getting GPT-ish. Did you use ChatGPT to generate that question?
No, not at all. Not at all. Here's a serious question. A lot of hexagons are going to be facing that new Welt syndrome, sudden Welt syndrome. How many professionals have you gone through since you've been retired, as far as CPAs, lawyers, and tax advisors? And how do you find a good one?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer this. I actually don't know. Luck. I think if there's a professional journal that covers the profession that you're looking at, so the bar, your local bar association has a publication and it has awards, and I think people that win local professional trade group awards are less likely to be scammy and more likely to be reputable. And I think that'd be a great place to start. And if they don't want to work with you or aren't the right guy, you ask them who is the right guy. And so I think peer-reviewed kind of trade now look, beware, there's some scam trade publications out there, but I'm not sure that those scam ones are like for actual. I'm not sure there's a scam accounting or lawyer professional magazine, but there's probably a lot of other kind of less reputable fake magazines, right? So it really comes down to like reviews, right? Like if you look at it, like who's defending Sam Bankman-Fried? The same guy that defended Bernie Madoff, I hear. But if it wasn't Bernie Madoff, it was some other high-profile name. You know, the people that have done well and get good reviews are likely a better bet than people that are going to learn on your case and then lose your case and have it as a learning experience. I've had bad lawyers. I've had lawyers do a terrible job before, 20 years ago. But
Cool.
yeah, that's
Cool.
my best bet. Like if you ask around a lot and a bunch of guys point to the same guy, that guy's probably all right.
Cool. My time is up. That was my timer. I gotta give you some love. Here's my little Hex tattoo that I'll be wearing until the day I die.
Hey, there you go, man. Nice.
What you guys, what you created has changed my life and my family's life forever, and I'll be onboarding people till the day I die.
There you go, man.
Love you, Richard.
Thank you much. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hex Revision. You rock.
I can't find the stupid website that has a breakdown of all the validators. I don't know why. I give up for now. I hate Googling while I'm on live stream. There's a website that shows what all the validators are, and you just have one, you have two. You have the new thing that does the merge proof of stake stuff, and you have the old thing, which is the same thing you always ran. So you're just adding a new AXE to the old EXE. There's just two XEs. I don't know what those layers crap people are talking about. There's just two EXEs you run. That's it. And they're parallel. They're not even layers. I mean, they run it. Anyway, I don't understand the question. It's weird. It's a copy of Ethereum, guys. It does whatever Ethereum does.
Our next hexakin is somebody who not only had a hand in making the documentary happen, but also the NASCAR thing. And he also threw out the first pitch at a Cubs game that I went to for a Hex meetup. This is Big Kurkowski. Welcome.
He failed trying to outrage pitch sideways, and just everyone looked at him. I was like, we assumed he would do that, so it's not outrageous. Rex.
I mean, I talked to a bunch of the dudes in the stands, the ushers. Like I went to a concert a couple days later, and they all very much knew who I was. They're like, "Oh yeah, you were that guy."
Oh,
Clearly.
nice. All right. Well, then
Yeah.
it did work. Well, it's better than if you threw it normal then, because they wouldn't remember you.
No, 100%. I'm glad I did that. That was
Nice,
a good.
dude.
That was a good call.
How are you?
I wanted to say thanks to Maddie. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I wanted to say thanks for Maddie again for doing this. This is awesome. I really appreciate everything he does, man. So yeah, I echo
I
that
saw
sentiment
you
for sure.
in the Highest of Stakes movie. You look great.
Yes,
a
they
great-
did fantastic
great
work
scenes.
for him. Thank you, man. Yeah, I thought it was awesome. I mean, I'm partial to myself, so I thought my scenes were some of the best. But yeah, I thought it was great. They've done.
I was happy I
fantastic
looked
work.
skinny in a couple scenes. I'm like, hey, I don't look so fat. Not bad. Way to go.
That's yeah. Their angles were fantastic. I mean, even like the choice. You remember that hotel that we stayed at in London? The Standard was like. I mean, I've stayed at a shit ton of hotels in the past year since then, and like even before, and like I haven't stayed at one as funky or weird or as groovy as that one in like
Nice.
a while. I mean, so that was a pretty cool time too.
Right.
But yeah, so with my time, I don't know. I've got a couple quick questions I could give you.
Hit me.
Favorite live concert you've been to?
You know, I have gone to very few live concerts. Extremely few. So I'm not the right guy to ask. I mean, I saw Led Zeppelin live once on like a reunion tour. You know, like that was cool. I saw Pink Floyd live at the Miami Arena one time. But
nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I like grew up doing Grateful Dead shows when I was younger. My mom would always do Pink Floyd shows too, but she never took me to the Pink Floyd stuff. It was, I guess, a little more adult than.
Right.
But yeah, that's awesome. I mean, those are shows that I would have loved to have been able to see for sure.
I mean, I probably had more fun at like drum and bass events, truthfully, because like I'm dancing more. I would say I had more fun at the Hex 2-year conference drum and bass party at Fabric than
the after party we threw. That was
like you
awesome,
can
man.
you can look up my dance videos and be dancing there, killing it.
Oh yeah, you were killing it, man. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was like my favorite part of that was, you know, as somebody who does, like, I did a lot of live music events for a long time, did like hospitality and artist relations and stuff. Being able to put that together was super awesome. I mean, getting people hype and enjoying themselves in the moment is something that really makes me.
And there was no girls there. It made it so much easier to not be distracted.
Yeah, that was. Oh man, I did the math on that. I was like, between the girls that I hired to do all the dancing and everything there, and the girls that I brought, I was like, I think I have like 40% of all the ladies here by my.
I had a couple girls with me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you're the other 40. Yeah, that was great. I asked my friends and family if they had questions, but I had to filter out all the when pulse and when price ups. So I got just what's your favorite shampoo
price
conditioner?
Went up 50%. Head and Shoulders, two for like kill two things with one stone. Faster.
I always feel like the combined ones make my hair feel weird. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't have better hair than I have. It's as good as it gets. So.
I mean, I used to have more. The do-rag's not totally for show, you know. It's somewhat utilitarian too here, you know. Right. Shit. What else do I got? So
Richard Hart's favorite shampoo. Best question of the event.
Yeah. The museum. So I have a couple ideas for pieces in the museum.
I need ideas, truthfully. Like,
yeah, I'd love
I haven't put as much thought into it as is possible. Like, there's an endless amount of stuff you can do with 5,000 square feet. Like,
there is, and I like what y'all and you and Coffee were just talking about. I think that echo that totally. Like, I find that somewhere like that, you almost hit the nail on the head. Just like a place to go look at cool stuff is super unique. Like, yeah, I travel a lot and I don't see anything like that. So yeah, it's a good idea.
I'm like staggering it. So you're gonna have drinks and retail in like the front quarter, and then access to the bathrooms, and then then you've got the "F you pay me" wall that has a turnstile. You pay to get past that.
Nice.
And so we get you in with like the freemium and some stuff up front, and then we whet your curiosity. Then you go beyond, And then there should be something about me. There should be something about crypto. There should be these sick, expensive things.
Yeah, I'd love
And
to have
I
that.
want to teach people, like, the bathroom is going to teach you, like, yes, this is a bidet. It squirts your butt. Stop buying toilet paper. Stop having a dirty butt. You know, like.
Yeah, that's super great.
How many
You can
toilets
do a
in
bunch of
America
teachy
have
things.
a butt blaster, water thing? You're like, none. Well, that's dumb.
None.
Dirty butt country.
Yeah.
Stupid.
No, it's 100%. I mean, I was in Costa Rica recently, and they had all these public bathrooms had the little squatty potty, like strapped into the bathroom too, and they had like a whole informative about like how using that is better on your intestines.
I think squatty potty is stupid. I think squatty potty is actually retarded. I've owned one.
I mean,
I'll tell you why.
I'll
Lean forward. Lean forward. Same shit. What's up? Just lean forward. What's the difference? Same thing. Try it on your couch. Like it's so stupid.
I'll try it. I'm not opposed to having a little extra leverage. But yeah, lean forward does work. I mean, it's a lot cheaper.
Try it backwards. Go head to the wall. Like hug the.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'd love to have that watch in the vault or at the museum and toss some of my do-rags and shit with it too. That'd be awesome. I also have a kick-ass, what is the other idea that I had too? I have a kick-ass Louis Vuitton. I bought like all the mask and bandana sets from the pandemic. So you could I was going to do
cool.
like a decoupage of all the different Louis masks.
And it's affordable.
So,
that's cool and affordable and hard to get the sets actually.
I would go to like I'd buy them out. I had a few Louis girls that I'd be like, as soon as you get them, you send them.
Nice. So I think what the community could help the most with is when you're in museums, you really want to consume people's time with things that play that they have to sit through, or things they can read. Otherwise, they'll smoke through fast. So what are we going to display to show how awesome crypto is? I didn't mean specifically. What is the video that's going to play on the outside? How many videos? I'm happy to put a lot of screens outside.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, to get that. I mean, I love that. And the interactive ideas is like those are my favorite museums. They're like almost the kids museums that have lots of interactive shit in them for you to keep entertained.
So like the devil's in the details, because it matters, the font that you use, the drop shadow that you use on just the text around the item, and the framing. Like, is this just a $20,000 light up bag, or is this the first of its kind, or is this something that Richard carried to some cool place, or like the devil is in the details of all.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I
even when you're selling, like when you're selling stuff, I mean, that's how it is. It's like if you see two different ads on eBay or wherever, and the one where somebody uses great descriptions and has a well thought out ad. I mean, it could be the exact same thing, and they're going to sell way faster for sure.
Yeah, and like, what's the last thing they're going to see? What's the call to action when they leave? And do they get an NFT for being there? Do they need an NFT to go in? I don't know. What's the price point on entry? There's a lot of
awesome little things to think about
because they went once.
Is there a membership or something? All that kind of stuff. Or like you said, if it become a thing, you could do more than one of them at different places, and then have some sort of network.
I think I'm going to preemptively do that. I think I'm going to assume that this is going to work, because even if it doesn't work, it's going to work. Like, even if it doesn't get high, I think it will. Like, if you've been to other museums, they suck so bad. They are so terrible.
I agree.
Like, you never want to go back. And if you're a tourist someplace, you don't have a choice. You're just like, all right, well, there's nothing else to do. It's raining.
What you do.
Where are we going? We're going indoors somewhere. I think I'm going to preemptively open another one, assuming that this one's going to work.
I mean, at the very least, you got to figure that storing all the stuff, like you said, the expense of like keeping all the things you have vaulted properly, like you want to be able to display it, and yet if you have something already built, like it's really a win-win. I think that it's a great.
It's already sunk cost. I already have the stuff,
Yeah. So it's just about how you're securing it anyways, you know?
Yep.
So yeah, that's,
I don't
okay,
think I'm
so
going
I
to be
got
sticking
one.
10 million of watches anywhere. It's just,
No, that's it. That's
I
true.
wish life
I
were
was gonna
that
say.
easy. I wish I could just chuck it there and be like, yeah, no one's going to have a team of 10 guys to try and get this, but probably
No,
they actually will though. So,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Like I said, I mean, a couple or something like that, a lot less flashy ones. I can see, but
Maybe we could get away with one, you know?
yeah, put that one I gave you in there with some my do rags with it.
He gave me like a
piece.
$50,000 watch that's worth like 35 now, but
You know, it was
Krakowski
the top.
admitted to not being the best investor early on in the highest of stakes film.
I'm very honest and open about that. I've learned a shit ton from you, man. I definitely wouldn't be here now without the info that you've, and kind of to like segue to my last question. That's like one of your best like leadership skills from like my viewpoint has been throughout whether it be Hex or this, has been your ability to like view new evidence presented and then make drastic changes when necessary. And
Thanks,
like
man.
you do that better than most other people I've seen in your position. Most people double down, and they see when you've done it several times over, and since I've like been paying attention. And how does, like, my question I guess is that, like, how does that feel when you realize, like, when ETH 2.0 came out and you knew that there was a better code base to be working on, and like the realization was real? Like, how does that feel for you, especially with like the gravitas of like, oh God, this is going to be a big change that no one's going to be excited about?
Hey, remember that time Ethereum launched software on time? No. Remember the time anyone launched software on time? No. So you never knew whether the merge would ever happen. You didn't know. And then if it did happen, you didn't know if it was going to break or not. So like you couldn't do anything different than what we were doing. And then once the merge happened, you're like, oh, okay, this works. Cool. All right, well, upgrade time. Here we go. So it's, I mean, for me, these things are simple. You're like, would you rather, okay, what's better software, BSC or Ethereum? Ethereum. Okay. Which one would you rather fork? Ethereum. All right. Well, that's that. Easy.
I mean, that's awesome, because I mean, it's an analytical way to look at things, and I mean, if you can do that with stuff, I mean, it's like I said, I'm way better place, financially through investment, learning everything I've learned from you. So like, hearing that is awesome, because it makes me, more sound.
Yeah, like
that you're,
it was just like I used to
comfortably what the right choice is.
I was a Bitcoin maximalist. Ethereum used to suck, and then it stopped sucking, and then it got all this cool stuff, and you're like, yep, I would. And then I was like with Hex, I'm like, well, we could launch our own chain and get attacked by botnets all the time, or we could launch on the thing that nothing's getting attacked on, not at least from the network side, just from them sucking at programming side, and it worked perftly.
And I'd like to say that from like that side too, the gatekeeping that we've had to encounter, if you had chosen to go our own route from the beginning, it would have been an insanely harder road to onboard people and to use to like,
True,
I mean, have the
actually.
decentralized tools that we
Yep.
have, been really difficult.
Yep.
So I like, it was like the right choice in the moment, and then looking back, you're like, it was the only choice,
And I would still make the same exact choice again now. It's the best, in the there are people that say things that sound smart and sound funny, but on analysis they're stupid. I'll give an example. Hexagons say hex user not affected, and then you're like, yeah, Bitcoin.org got hacked, and the scam was put on the homepage. Hex user not affected. Bitcoin, you're down after holding 5 years. Hex user not affected. You're not down after holding 5 years. If you held for 3 years, you're up. If check the math, check the chart.
Oh, I don't have to. I know.
No, I'm so tired now that like when I do on-stream math, check it. I'm not saying as from a god. Go check the math yourself. people are so stupid that they're just smart enough to be dangerous. So they think L1 is better. And you're like, yeah, but what about all these L1s that get 51% attacked? They think rolling their own bridge is better. And you're like, what about all these bridges that have been hacked for billions of dollars? They think giving someone else your keys is better. And you're like, what about all these centralized exchanges that just steal all your money or go bankrupt or get hacked? And they're idiots. Like,
a lot of time I feel like it's timing bias too. You know, they might have been right, but if you look at the chart over the long haul, like we've been severely operational for a long time, and
right.
like these other things go up and down quick. You were right for a minute, but
right, exactly. You're like, now everyone that ever bought's at a loss. I'm glad you got one green candle and then red candles forever and death. Is that really what you want?
Yep.
And it's like this concept in startups that Paul Graham covered, which is, are you default dead or default alive? If you're default alive, you have a much better bargaining position with people that are going to provide you funding. If you're default dead, they can squeeze the heck out of you because they know you're going to die otherwise. And is your crypto default going to wreck everyone? Or if you go to sleep and wake up 10 years later, are you wild rich? And that's a big, big difference because the majority of coins are default dead. And people play these stupid net negative games where they get into a new thing and then they're like, oh, green candles, green candles, green candles. And then hot potato, you're left with a time bomb and it blows up in your face. And then it blows up in everyone's face. And the only guy that makes out is the idiot that scammed you all. So, and he, like, back to people being smart enough to be stupid. When we say, so a guy will say, if the taco truck down the street failed, Hexicans will be like, hex user unaffected. And it sounds witty and it sounds funny, but guess what? It's reality. That guy didn't have to have a failing business. He could have just sat on his butt, got rich, and not paid income tax at double the rate of capital gains tax. And if Hex has had perfect flawless operation for 3 years because it was on the Ethereum network and it was amazing code, both, and then other things got the living crap hacked out of them, then we deserve to be credited for that choice because we could have made the same bad choices everyone else made. And so like Hex user not affected is more nuanced and more thoughtful and more important, and a design choice that, like, it's not just how many people have been hacked from authorizing a smart contract to spend their coins. Hex never asks you to authorize a contract to spend your coins, ever. It never asks you to do that. And then you never have to worry about a proxy contract being upgraded and stealing all your coins. Because we don't have proxy contracts, because we don't have authorizations. Every single thing you do with Hex uses message signer. It doesn't have this attack vector of you authorizing a contract, and it could be a proxy contract, and they could update it to just steal all your coins.
I mean, there's a couple other things in Hex that are that are unique like that. I mean, the fact that it is its own self-contained thing, that we're not touching a bunch of other Oracle stuff or DeFi stuff.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
Right. There's no one running some price Oracle that could. Thank you for reminding me. I used to talk about that a lot. I haven't in a while. There's no price oracles, and all the trading is on chain. So there's no stupid order spoofing. There's no iceberg orders. There's no, an exchange got hacked, so now everyone that was your coin users got hacked. It's so much better in so many ways.
It was comedy when people would say that kind of stuff. Oh, they're just wash trading. You're like, no, dog. It's all on chain.
It's all on chain, dude. You can see exactly when they got in, when they got out, what else they hold, whether they usually stake. Like, it's so vastly superior in so many ways, and it's just insulting to me when people don't recognize its greatness. Oh, by the way, who invented you lock up your coins and you get more?
I mean, as far as I know, that's a Hex, you know.
And then,
I mean, I'm not saying that
who copied that?
There was some coins earlier that were trying to do that, but there was no lockup features. Like, sure, you could. I mean, there's some shit coins that would inflate to infinity that it did exist before, but the lockups were non-consequential. You know, you didn't have anything that would actually hurt you for that, because there were
Yeah.
master nodes that were a thing, which is basically lockups, but you could just unstake tomorrow and sell
And then
anytime
it's
you
not a
want, no
lockup.
penalty.
It's just like
Yeah.
it's just like these other scams that I'm the only person that talks about. You go on these ranking sites for DeFi stuff, and they're like, "Oh, total value locked." You're like, "It's not locked. It's literally just as locked as though it were sitting in your wallet. You can spend it whenever you want. It's not locked. Stop saying locked. Total value deposited. Okay, it's not locked. It's a lie." And so
Yeah.
it's the same thing like counting Satoshis never moved coins in the circulating supply. Circulating
That is
supply.
that
of
shit is
Bitcoin.
frustrating.
You're lying. Stop
As-
lying. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
as
crazy
somebody
to
who
me.
has like made long commitments and locked up their money, I know it's like frustrating. You're like, dog, you and I are not the same. You
Right.
like
Yep.
your locked coins are not my locked coins.
Yeah. We do so many things better, and if these people would stop player hating and learn from us, there'd be a lot less hacks, a lot less horror, a lot more decentralization, a lot more robustness. How many of these projects have decentralized front ends with multiple maintainers, multiple code bases? Like almost
so
none.
few, and none of them even understand the value in it.
Right.
Like otherwise they would do it. You know,
Yeah.
like, it's crazy. It's
I
crazy.
like NFT
And then-
projects where they can change the NFTs to dick pics whenever they want. You're like, like Trump's NFTs. You're like, oh, so you can just, the guy. Oh, he forgot to pay the server bill. All your NFTs are gone now. Oopsie.
Gone now. Yeah.
You're all idiots. You're so stupid.
But you know, the thing is, I will say that I mostly feel like the Christian in me mostly feels bad for those people. Honestly, like I'm mostly
I
like,
do too,
man,
but, like, I
it's
can't
just
yell
so
any
much.
louder.
No, I get that, dude. I get that.
I'm at maximum yelling. Like I can't yell any louder.
Well,
I dress
it's
like
been
a clown to
pleasure.
get people to listen to me.
I know,
Thank
dude.
you.
I get it, man. It's great, man. It's been a pleasure, brother. I appreciate you,
Thank
and
you.
look forward to the next year, Maddie. Thank you so much.
Just
too,
getting started.
Yeah. Thanks, Big Krakowski. Appreciate you. And now, up next, we have Hex Monkey, who delivers probably the best I've heard recently list of responses to FUD about Hex.
Nice.
And he's also been such a consistent Hexican throughout all the years. Welcome, Hex Monkey.
Hi there.
Hey, thank you, Maddie, so much. How you doing, Richard?
Doing good.
First time I've been on screen with you, and it's a pleasure. Glad you could make it to the conference for your product, even though you had nothing to do with it.
I'm glad to be invited. It helps
Awesome.
me stretch my ability to stay awake.
All right, first I'll talk for a minute about when I first watched you and the impact you had on me, and then I'll
All right.
do some tougher questions since you're tired and weak. I'll see what I
Nice.
can see. What
Hit
I
me
can
while
do.
I'm weak. I like it.
But for sure, I started watching your YouTube channel sometime in 2018. I couldn't find the history to figure out when. So that part was luck, because I was essentially for all intents and purposes, a no coiner.
Right.
And then I started watching your marathon streams where you were still a Bitcoin maxi. And I wasn't into crypto, but I listened to you, and where I'm going with this is I learned almost everything I knew about the space from you, just your streams. And I said, oh, that's interesting. Let me check some other streamers too. And they were all terrible, either in their delivery or like, and most of them are gone now. I won't even name them.
Right. I can still see you.
Yeah, well, I live in my mom's basement, so
Oh, nice.
every once in a while she turns off the light.
Hey, free food, man.
But the reason I watched all your streams, I was like kind of obsessed really, is I liked the intellectual depth. It wasn't all about money and crypto. It was all over the place. Medicine, history, finance, like world events, you name it. That's how I could watch like 6 hours of it. That was amazing. And haters and critics, get ready. I also liked Richard's vulnerability and his willingness to be wrong. And by vulnerability, I remember you were open and honest about how you thought you wasted so many years playing video games. And I thought you were the perfect balance of arrogant and humble, both when depending on the context. So I appreciated that.
I like when people try and point out my flaws. They're like, I know all my flaws, dude. I know exactly where I suck and how. I'm an expert on it.
Yeah, and then one day, just almost nonchalantly, you said, "Oh, by the way, I'm working on my own token."
Right?
Like, like almost like it was no big deal. And then here we are today. I just found it so funny. It was like
big
almost
deal.
mumbling it under your breath.
Yeah, it's a big deal now.
Kind of
I
is.
like it.
And on a lighter note, like in 2020, one of my only interactions with you was I actually fell for, I don't know if I've confessed this on stream. The one time I fell for a fake address on a fake website,
Ugh,
and I sent some hex over there,
terrible.
realized it was a scam pretty quick,
Yeah.
ran back into the hex chat to alert everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's just so funny. I remember it. Everybody, don't go to this website. I just got scammed. Don't do what
Probably
I
got banned.
did. Yeah, you immediately deleted all my messages
Yep.
and replied, I got a good idea. How about you dumbasses don't fall for scams? It was like, and I was like, that SOB. I was trying to warn everybody, and then
Yeah.
later I realized, oh, we ghost the scams. We don't
Yep.
put the
Because
links.
everyone else will click the link and be like, what? This looks great. Double my coins. Yeah. Yeah. There's nuance.
So yeah, we all fall for, most of us fall for something at least one time. So that was my experience.
Yeah, it's a war zone out there, man. There are people that want your coins, and they'll say anything to get them out of your hands.
Yeah, and then all right, I got some questions for you here. So,
All right.
thought experiment. If crypto was never invented, never existed,
Yep.
how do you think your investments would look like? Would you be in real estate, stocks, bonds,
Startups.
currencies, gold?
Startups. It's the second
Okay.
best performing asset class, and I've been doing them my whole life.
Yeah.
So I would just keep making businesses.
And with the proceeds from those businesses, what do you think you would have done?
Make more businesses.
All right.
I mean, you can't beat it. I mean, look what Peter Thiel did, right? Peter Thiel made a business, X.com, which merged with PayPal, and then he invested in Facebook, and then he invested in a startup that basically like was EOS,
Yeah.
and then of course EOS dumped in everyone's head about Bitcoin, lol, their foundation. But he made a killing there, and then he started Palantir, and then he started like a longevity VC, and he had like just keeps starting things, so seems fine. Bill Gates keeps starting things. Jeff Bezos keeps starting things. Elon Musk keeps starting things. Richard Hart keeps starting things. We see ways to make the world better. We do it. So I would do the
very
same.
cool.
I would do the same thing, whether crypto existed or not. There's a million things wrong with the world you can fix, and people will happily pay you.
Cool. Thanks for that answer. All right. So I want to ask you a question about gold. We know how much you hate it, and the math speaks for itself. It's
returns
flat
suck.
and everything.
Yep.
Yeah. So another thought experiment. If crypto had never existed, I have a theory that all the people that kind of think the way we all do, like freedom-minded, aware people who know what's going on with inflation and everything. If crypto never existed, I think maybe we all, or a lot of us, would have piled into gold instead, and then the gold narrative would have taken off. What do you think?
Nope. The tail can't wag the dog. Crypto is too small to move gold. Period. If every single crypto holder dumped their entire load into gold, it wouldn't move it, which is why its gains suck. Because there's not enough money in the world to buy its stupid price up, because it's too heavy. Its market cap is too big to go up.
Oh, I kind of see what you mean. So even if we did all pile in, it wouldn't have moved
matter.
the price because of the size of the market. All right.
Yep.
Good answer.
And by the way, they're mining that stuff all the time. And the more the price goes up, the more they mine. So, when Bitcoin price goes up, they don't mine any extra. They mine very smallly extra because they overrun the retargeting algorithm by like a little tiny bit, but you're still in the single digit inflation, right? You're going to go from like 1.7 to like 1.8% inflation. But with gold, they really do mine more. At some point, they could just grab an asteroid and have it land here, and then you're like, oh, we just 100x the gold supply. So like, if gold was going to be good, it'd be good. It's not good. It's limp. In some countries,
Cool.
not only is it limp, it's actually tax disadvantaged as well. There's a lot of countries where they restrict what kinds of gold you can buy and not pay VAT, and having to pay like 20% extra on your investment up front sucks badly. And then you've got constant overhead costs of storing it, and then you've got constant, someone has to test that it's real instead of gold-plated tungsten, which is nearly identical.
Yeah.
There's a lot of 1 ounce bars and thicker bars out there that are just gold-plated tungsten. So like, it's just not good, man.
Yeah.
Think about it this way. Warren Buffett has a good take on this. He has a lot of good takes on a lot of stuff. He doesn't have a good take on crypto, but he's got a good take on gold. You dig it out of the ground to bury it back in the ground in a bank vault.
Yeah.
And it produces exactly what? You moved its location in the ground. Congrats. So, farmland is more productive, businesses are more productive.
Yeah, I got you. That's the one thing I was wondering would have changed the narrative is if crypto never existed, but I see your point. So
Yeah, we're just not
thanks for
heavy
that
enough.
answer. I
Which
got
is
one
good.
for you
That
that
means we have more upside.
yeah, when talking about Pulsechain lately, you've used that McDonald's franchise analogy
Yep.
where, hey, we're just going to be another chain and help out with some of the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
among all the other features that Pulsechain is going to have. So my question is, like, that metaphor really resonated with me. So I'm wondering, why are there not already 100 forks of Ethereum? Like, and I
It's
don't even mean
extremely
like
hard to do.
impressive forks with features like Pulse is going to have.
There
Why aren't
there are many forks of Ethereum that start
Yeah.
empty. Many.
Yeah. I'm just wondering why there's not more, because they could all make the same. They could all make the same
There's a
analogy.
lot.
With, oh, we're just going to offload the capacity. Yeah.
Well, the difference is, I'll answer that question for you very specifically. When you make a fork of Ethereum, let's say, what's a good example? You make a fork of Ethereum. Do you have users? Nope. Only if they know your fork exists. Okay. Well, how are they going to know your fork exists? You have to tell them. All right. And what are the useful things on your chain? Well, people have to launch their coins from scratch on your chain because your chain launched empty. So Polygon, BSC, AVAX, Phantom, they all launch empty. And because they launch empty, that means you have to go attract projects to launch their coin on your code base. And so you're starting from scratch. Pulsechain is not starting from scratch. Pulsechain has everyone's projects already there. Now, if it's fake DeFi and has oracles or other crap that's off chain, that stuff doesn't come over. Or like USDT. Can you redeem them for $1? No, of course not. So like the difference with Pulsechain is it's launching with tens of thousands of coins at launch and tens of thousands of coins trading at launch. And with all those other forks of Ethereum, they all start empty. There's a big difference. You're doing the world's largest airdrop versus no airdrop. This huge difference. And that's the reason why it's harder. What we're doing has never been done before, and it is hard to do. So launching empty forks of Ethereum, way easy to do. launching stateful forks, hard to do.
Yep, very good. Hey, I want to ask you about marketing, because you're kind of an expert in that area, and you've been vocal about giving some tough love to some of the Mexican marketing efforts, like, hey guys, why are you doing that? You should be doing this. But I
Well,
want to ask you, now that more time has passed, like, in my opinion, it's absolutely glorious that we have such decentralized efforts. Like, we had that NASCAR race, we had celebrity boxing, which was ludicrous and yet glorious. I was at that one. And we have people sending postcards out, we had TV ads, we had rap taxi cabs. Like, do you think on balance it's better that all of that is happening in a decentralized way and in multiple mechanisms?
Yeah, for sure.
Even if they are not necessarily the approach you would advocate if you were in charge of it?
I still prefer maximally effective on-ramping. I still don't like ads that don't work. And most ads do not work. I don't think billboards work. I don't think sports advertising works. I don't think race cars work. I think direct mail works. I've never heard anyone complain, you got it. How do you know whether ads work or not? Yep. People tell you. That's how they found you. Or at least they complain and say, oh, I hate this ad. So at least you know a person that has high net worth and is digital, saw it, evaluated it, understands it, or has the opportunity to. And those are things I never saw with any of the other ads. So, I never saw Hexagon say, oh God, I'm so glad I saw that sports ad, or I'm so glad I saw that NASCAR ad, or I'm so glad, I've never heard those words uttered.
Yeah, we don't get the feedback. Right.
Yet, nor do you see spikes in traffic when the things occur. Traffic flat, no difference. No clicky click. So if no one's clicking, how good can the ad be? Not good. So I think direct mail is the best. Now maybe calling works. I don't know. Maybe bigger seminars where you charge people to enter. That seems to work for a lot of stuff. That seems to work for a lot of things. A lot of steak knives, a lot of milkshakes, a lot of real estate, a lot of Amazon drop shipping. A lot of that stuff is, buy my program, here, check this out. It works for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I know that, okay, what's the most popular?
But isn't it great that different Hexagons try different things?
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool if you do it once. You're like, look, we did
glorious.
This thing. Yeah, it's nice, but it's not nice if they dump the price to do it. So
yeah.
And they're gonna say, I personally saw more on-ramping than the expense, and if that's true, it cancels out, I guess. But I just love stuff that works maximally well, and I don't have perfect evidence for it, but my gut feeling is that direct mail and postcards murders. That's my gut feeling. I think that's the best. It rounds around censorship. You can hit the same guy more than once. They have time to read it and understand it. You have a chance to stand out. If you're, they have cryptos advertised on F1 cars, and I never go to them, and I don't know what they do, and I don't care. And I don't think anyone else cares either. There's no unique benefit statement. There's no headline. There's no sales pitch. Why would you even go to it? You don't even know what it is. You just see a word. You're like, oh, word. What, am I going to Google the random word? No one does that crap. I think F1 advertising is a huge waste. I think just writing hacks with some colorful logo, who's going to go oh, cool, colorful logo. you need to have a compelling reason for them to go to the site. You need a unique benefit statement. You need a logo. You need a slogan. You need a pitch. It's more important than the logo. A
I feel
URL
you.
with a pitch is way more important than a logo or a company name.
Yeah.
So I am a
Or if
marketing expert, and I
if
prefer
those
maximally
efforts,
effective marketing.
yeah, I got you. If those,
It's still cool
they're
that the
not as
decentralized
measurable as we'd
community
like.
does all this decentralized stuff, but hey, you can still do all this decentralized awesome stuff with postcards.
One more quick question, Maddie, then we can move on.
Go.
So Richard, like we've had 3 years of flawless operation, working exactly as intended, all that stuff. But in the nuance, is there any part of the Hex ecosystem that has played out differently than you expected? Here's some examples, but it could be whatever you want. Like, did you think the share price would be higher or lower at this point, or
That's
would there be
tracking.
more?
I think that's tracking exactly as it was modeled, actually. I think the Monte Carlo simulations pretty much match the share price.
Yeah. Do you think that, did you expect that we would eventually now be on centralized exchanges, even though we don't necessarily think that's a good thing?
I don't think I ever really had strong feelings about whether that would happen or not. It was always a wild card in my head. Because it's so obscure. It's like, what are these centralized, like we're doing everything we can to get rid of centralized entities, but what are these centralized entities we don't like? How do they choose things? You're like, I don't know. Weird.
Right. Did you think we'd have less haters and gatekeeping at this point, or did you expect this to go on forever?
I mean, I thought the Bitcoin guys would be more happy about getting all that free money. They just all talk crap. You're like, all right, well, enjoy not getting any of the next thing. Like, terrible people. Yeah, the amount of lying and hatred has been really unreasonable. Like, still gate kept everywhere. Why? We won. You guys all lost. We won. Our stuff works perfect. You're all wrecked. Kneel. Get on your knees and kneel. Stop pretending you didn't lose. You lost. We won. Get over it. You can either win with us or just watch us win. Up to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll
Thanks,
sign
Hex
off.
Monkey, for thanks for everything
See you,
you do
man.
for the community, and thanks for coming on.
You got it. Thanks,
Appreciate
Maddie.
you.
Thanks, Richard.
And now next up we have Hodl Dog. Welcome. Thanks
Nice
for
background.
Thanks for
Good
being
work.
here. And another extremely popular streamer who has been loyal to Hex and really has made lots of cool tutorials and everything. So welcome.
Thanks, Maddie. Hey, Richard, how are you doing? I think it's
I wish
like
I had a
couple
Shure
hours now.
SM7B to talk into, but I just have this stupid lapel mic and terrible acoustics.
Yeah, we can't wait for these streams, like when you're back home again, like teaching the plebs 4 hours long. That would be good. Yeah, I do not have so many questions. A lot of them were already asked during the last few hours. So first of all, I would really like to take the opportunity to thank you on the behalf of the Hex community and also myself. I know you hear that a lot, but it is important that you hear that we are thankful and we are still here. I think I can't mention this enough. Personally, I've learned things in the past 6 years. The last 3 years were crazy. And I've learned things that no one teaches you in school. So thank you very much for that. I think I learned the most of my life in the last 6 years.
Nice.
Mainly in terms of finances. So that's pretty cool. And of course, it's a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to stream a few minutes. Like after we had already 2 dances in the past, I'm more comfortable to sit online with you. No,
Nice.
just joking. Just first question, 3 years ago, could you have ever imagined how far we would come as a community and like how many people are standing behind you? Like,
I mean, some things are pretty awesome. We never knew that decentralized exchange would actually happen. That was a great breakthrough. That really made things better. Trustless on-chain counterparty risk-free exchange. Awesome, thank goodness. And that's why, I carried it on my back and I made it popular. I did more to make Uniswap popular than the founders. So
True.
you're welcome,
Yeah,
guys.
we had the most volume like when Uniswap V1 was live. That was like crazy times back then.
I mean, people don't realize this. We're still one of the top coins traded on Uniswap, and like always have been. So
True.
Like we're like excluding stable coins, we're like number 1, 2, or 3 very often, like very often. So that's never gone away. Like we're still leading the charge with making counterparty risk-free trading the standard instead of watching people steal your money.
I would agree. It's not just like that. We're not just leading technically. Like, just watch social media. Like, we have like over 100K combined subscriber on YouTube with all the Hexagon, with all the channels. Like on Twitter, we're still rocking Twitter in a bear market. Like everybody else is like basically dead. TikTok is like on the run, like coming up. I think we should do some more stuff on TikTok and Instagram. Just,
I agree.
I think the numbers are crazy. Like crazy higher compared to YouTube. Like YouTube is a tiny bit what you get in terms of views and reach. So
I made a shopping video. It got 15 million views on TikTok.
Sick. Yeah, you will never get that thing on a YouTube video of 8 minutes. So yeah, just for the other streamers and content producers, don't miss out on TikTok and Instagram, I think. So yeah, we had like the community. Like I remember you had like 1,000 viewers maybe on your live streams on average. Like I saw today we have like 3,000. So we are going up and to the right with all the numbers. Like,
and imagine
even in a bear market.
I'm going to post this on my channel, and then it'll get all the people that, whatever portion of people doesn't follow Twitter or Telegram or your YouTube channel, so they just follow mine. That should, hit them. Assuming the good people at YouTube allow a notification. Oh, please.
Yeah, you have to kneel down to the notification god.
Please, algorithm, please show your favor upon me. Nameless, faceless computer.
Let's pivot to the Hartradamus part. Like, you had some great predictions always for the people, for the industry. And I missed the first part of your stream, so maybe it was already answered. But what do you see as the biggest challenge for the cryptocurrencies in 2023 in general, beside of the end user? Like, let's just cut out the end user, which is
interest rates going up. Interest rates going up, making everyone more broke, everyone losing their jobs. The Fed fulfilling its dual mandate by lowering inflation, by getting everyone to be out of work.
Yeah, we saw that in Switzerland, like the Swiss federal bank just gambled away 1.5 billion Swiss francs in this year, so in the last year. So we're down like 1
billion. Like a billion is nothing.
No, I think it's
gotta be a trillion. Man.
I think maybe
no
I'm
one's
wrong,
gonna
but it's like
notice
a shitload of money which is just evaporated. Like so.
1.5 billion is like absolutely nothing to a central bank. They don't even notice it. They're like, what?
Yeah, maybe I'm mistaken. But anyway, it was like, it is the biggest red candle like in history, I think, the Swiss federal bank saw. So like,
right.
You're right. Like everybody's
all these
wrecked.
fiat currencies are going to zero, bro.
That's why I have a lot of hex, man.
I think there's some addresses. I think there's some addresses in crypto that are definitely not wrecked.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I was like asking myself, like, because you really gave the predictions, like, and I'm just asking myself, where do you see will people lose their money the most in the next years? Like, we still have a lot of centralized exchanges out there. They're not gone.
Bad coins.
Yeah, we see that even in the bear market. That's crazy.
Falling for fake airdrops, connecting to bad dApps, authorizing bad approvals, giving fake support your seed words,
just the recent one you mentioned with the similar address.
Stupid new coins that go to zero, of which there are always new ones targeting you. Oh, buy the new thing, it green candles for a couple weeks and then goes to doom forever. Yeah, that's the standard, oh God, I lost all my money recipe right there.
But you do agree that like
on weird exchanges, that'll do it.
I think that will never really go away because, like, for me, it's crazy. Like, yeah,
all you have
it should,
to
but
do
like,
is stay on on-chain exchange unless you need to go to fiat, and then you go a little bit at a time, and they can only steal your last send.
true that. Yeah, like
You'd never expose your stack to that risk.
for me, when you see these big transactions, I think you mentioned that like 2 years ago about the big Bitcoin transactions where people really transact large of sums of Bitcoin, which is actually like
breaks the security
weakening the
model.
net, or breaks the security model.
Yeah. Yeah, if you transact $1 billion in a transaction, you're breaking.
Stupid. Yeah.
Don't do that. Split it up, please.
So I just have one more last question, which is totally not related to crypto. Like, what do you want to achieve for yourself for this year? Like, I know it's a stupid New Year question, but
Well,
like
I'd
I saw
like
you're
to
like
stop
more
being
healthy
a
and
fat piece of crap. That'd be cool. So drop weight. That'd be fabulous.
move more.
I'm not really sold on move more. I am sold on eat healthier and do push-ups and chin-ups every day. I'm sold on that. I'm not really sold on move more. I say it, but I'm not actually doing it. And I don't have any intention of doing it. So eat less. Eat
Fair enough.
steak and water. Great. Lots of water. No alcohol, no caffeine, although I had some emergency caffeine for this amazing event. That's enough. And if it's not enough, then I'll add move more if I have to. But I've lost weight before and I haven't had to do the move more thing. But I mean, look, I've done it. I lost 50 pounds eating 600 calories a day. Oh God, don't do that. 80,000. Yeah, I know. And I've lost like 40 pounds biking like 40 miles a day. So like I've done it both ways. I mean, you can cheat and there's shots you can get now that'll drop 20% of your body weight in like 4 months or something.
Okay. Yeah, but that's
I'm not
probably
gonna do
like
that.
too fast. Yeah, no.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people doing it and it works, but I'm not going to do it that way. I'm not taking drugs to do what I have done before with just habit. So I'd rather just build the habit than risk my health. But look, if I fail again, then maybe I'll cheat and do the stupid weekly injection that drops 20% of your body weight.
I would say I wish you the best. I think you are like on a good path. You look healthy. You look fresh, clean shaved. Like that's the way to go. I think you look young. So, and as I said in the beginning, I'm really thankful for everything we received through Hex. It's amazing. We're still here. We're not going away anywhere. Like you said, we're staked. But even the staked boys can turn into some fake flexicans. So we should always,
nice, dude.
we should be always on the toes for that anyway. So yeah, thank you very much, Maddie, for having me, and Richard. Have a good night or good morning.
Thanks for being here.
His white balance looks so much better than mine. I look pink.
He's got a great setup. And now we've got 2 more left. Next up is Johnny Chaos, and he just is the #1 person who goes after the trolls, and he also just has really hot takes on Hex all the time. Super well followed on Twitter, although he doesn't ask for it. So welcome, Johnny.
Trying to hide from Twitter when I can get away with it, but I'm working on my outrage thing, Richard. I got my $25 shirt here. I've got my $70 big ass wash. And
nice.
I've got my $50 Kohl's jacket. So
with those 3 pins on, I'd vote for you for president. I like those pins. Those are nice.
The pins are probably the most expensive part of my outfit.
Well, nice, man. I'm wearing an extremely affordable T-shirt and extremely expensive shorts.
So I just wanted to show people that is trolling in a friendly sort of way. We got a lot of people that are trolling in not such a friendly sort of way, and everybody seems to think certain people are on our side and undercover and in disguise. No, some people are just miserable people.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know who we're talking about here, but I do know some people suck.
Yeah, well, we'll bypass that for a second. I want to get into some questions that people don't ask you. At the beginning of Hex, it was really designed as an improvement for Bitcoin that allowed inclusion because people were kind of cut out of the whole mining thing. Because back in the day when you were doing it, it was all inclusive. You clicked an exe file, you got your share of the Bitcoin, and this is something that has dramatically gotten wrong as Bitcoin has become more centralized, more control. The ideals of cryptocurrency in general were to, you know, not become the new institution, but to replace the institutions. And now it's kind of becoming institutionalized. So, coming from the Bitcoin community, when you created Hex and you offered it free, initially it was just free for Bitcoiners. There was no AA. There wasn't going to be an AA. That was something that was added later.
It was still just only free for Bitcoiners. Or, I
Yeah.
mean, in theory, you could say people that referred other people. But, like, sure.
But yeah, I mean, so you made an attempt to say, okay, let's do this thing. Let's give this thing an upgrade. Let's give it free to Bitcoiners. And did you expect that amount of spite and resistance, giving your connections with the other people in the Bitcoin community? Did
No.
you expect it to be as
They're
volatile?
fair weather friend scumbags that have no morals. They just care about their bags. And so they are more than happy to, like, for instance, there was a guy that worked at Blockstream that had toxic Bitcoin maximalists in his profile while he invested in ERC20s publicly. I think that was Samson Mao. So he was investing in centralized exchanges to allow you to margin trade. They gave him ERC20s, but then publicly selling Bitcoin maximalist hats. You're like, hey, that's pretty hypocritical, isn't it? That's pretty scummy, no? Like, you're selling Bitcoin maximalist hats and then investing in centralized ERC20, like, what? And then, Blockstream, they talk about all the importance of, like, decentralization, and then they open up cloud mining, and then they open up Liquid Network to compete with Bitcoin, and you're like, this sounds pretty centralized. What? And and you're just like, huh? It's discongruent scumbaggery. And then these amazing innovations come on Ethereum that Bitcoin has no chance in hell of getting and hasn't had for years and has no chance of getting. Like, where is it? Where's on-chain exchange on Bitcoin? Where's stable coins on Bitcoin? Where's NFTs on Bitcoin? Where's time deposits on Bitcoin? Options, on-chain margin trading? Like, no, nothing, none of that. Okay, what about zero knowledge proofs? Nope, nothing. Oh, okay. How about throughput increases? None. Oh, well, hey guys, pro tip, your stuff sucks. It sucks balls. Oh, and the price sucks balls too. You're down after holding for 5 years.
Which is interesting
So,
because
like, it's so obvious to
that's
anyone that's watching. Oh, how many confirmations do you have to wait? How long does it take for the exchange to credit you? Oh, it takes Bitcoin twice as long. Oh, who knew? And you're just like, guys, when are you going to stop being scumbags and realize you lost and realize that there's better technologies, vastly better price performance, vastly better communities, vastly better roadmaps, vastly more developers? When are you going to figure it out? I mean, I just saw a
But I don't
Bitcoin
think
core
they care.
developer
I
get
don't think they
hacked.
care about the development at all. I think it's become more of an exclusive club where people are more than happy to brag about overpaying for things. And I think you kind of make a bit of a stance on that when you're like, with your outrage marketing, you're kind of targeting the Bitcoiners that are happy to brag about overpaying for things because it's just, you have to be part of this club. It doesn't have the functionality
I,
of some of these other things.
I mean, and it's also, as you say, you're like, oh, Bitcoin, we love decentralization. Yeah? Well, why is 42% of your coins in 2,000 addresses? 2,163 addresses, last I looked. Why are there only like 3 mining hardware manufacturers, of which only one you could kind of maybe hope to be like, why are there so few mining pools? Oh, your mining was literally banned in New York and banned in China. Like, you're getting your ass kicked. Oh, why are you dumping the price and destroying the environment constantly? Ethereum's not. They fixed it. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you so stupid? Why don't you listen? You know, like, by the way, when I fought for no 2x and user activated soft fork, UASF, we were supposed to get a block size increase on the roadmap from Blockstream. We never got it. Why not? Computers are faster, throughput's higher, computers are better everywhere. Why didn't we get a block size increase? Because you guys suck. You're terrible, right? Like, where's your bug bounty program? Ethereum has a bug bounty program. Where's your bug bounty program? Idiots. So like, they just suck so much balls. And then they add, and on top of having terrible tech, terrible throughput, terrible roadmap, terrible price performance, they're the most toxic community. You're like, what? You guys are so crap. And then how many of those people how many of those Bitcoin guys fed their users into these meat grinders of lending programs? Oh, just turn it off.
My question is, Richard, were there personal relationships of people that you had in the Bitcoin community that you thought that would maybe stand with you, and then they didn't?
100%, all of them. Every single one.
So
except no, I think every single one. I think they all backstab. I am unaware of anyone that didn't backstab. The only guy you can say didn't backstab wasn't in the Bitcoin community. Like, there was a big name guy that, he wasn't in the Bitcoin community. Yeah. They got rid of him. They got rid of, let me tell you who the Bitcoin community's alienated. Ready? Satoshi, Gavin Anderson, who Satoshi handed the keys to when he abandoned the project. Roger Ver, Bitcoin Jesus. Me. Trace Meyer. Who else? Who by the way, part owner of Kraken, part owner of Bitcoin Armory, which Jesse. I think is deprecated. I don't know that they alienated Jesse. I don't know if they did that. Andreas Antonopoulos, who's a scumbag, by the way. Oh my God, Richard. How can you call Andreas a scumbag? Well, he has if you want to invite him to your conference, not that anyone watches his stuff anymore, but.
No booth babes.
Yeah.
I ain't going to no conference without no booth babes, man.
He makes the conference sign that there can be no sexualization of anyone. And you're like, so like guys can be smart and make money at this conference, but girls can't be hot and make money here? What? That doesn't sound fair to the girls. Why can't they make money? Doesn't make sense. Like, who are you to force your will on all these other people? Why don't you just shut up and take your check? Shut up, take your check, guy no one watches. And guy that's talked crap about Hex, and you're just like, oh dude, where's your free token? Where's your startup? Where's your employees? Where's your anything, loser guy? You just sit around with your thumb up your butt. You didn't even have any crypto, except you cried like a little bitch when Roger made fun of you and some people donated you some. You didn't even have any crypto. You're an idiot.
So I would say definitely you were very disappointed with the Bitcoin community in general, and I think people need to understand that you did expect some of these people. You were proud of what you built, and you wanted them to be.
You got to remember, it's not just the Bitcoin guys. The Ethereum guys shit all over us too.
Right.
How many hundreds of thousands of users have I personally on-ramped to the Ethereum network?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me more to do? You know what I mean? Like, crazy. Now I'm giving them the world's largest free airdrop. Hopefully they're nicer after that.
Now, take that and turn that, and then think about when you went on your tour, and remember when you filled up the first room.
Yep.
And you were surprised at how many people showed up, and then the maitre d' or whoever came in and told you, sir, we got a problem. What? There's another room full. How did you feel in that moment?
We had 3 full rooms. We'd filled 3,
Three
and then the
full
hotel was at capacity, and then there was like 40 people or 30 people standing outside. It was crazy. I was like,
And
wow.
did you expect that? How much of a turnout did you expect? And then how did you
I
feel
expect like
about?
20 or 30 people maybe, and then we had like 120, 150, I think. I mean, I don't know, man. Like I'd have to check the records, but it was 4 or 5x what I expected. It felt good.
And
I mean, I
after
was a
all
little
your
bit
hard
sick at that
work,
time, so it wasn't as good as it could have been, but.
but after all your hard work and the rejection from the Bitcoin community, and then walking into that and seeing what you've done and the people's lives you changed, I mean, how did that make you feel?
I mean, the Bitcoin community doesn't really exist to me. Like, you know, where are they? Who's left?
Right.
What, is Tone Vay still scamming people with his paid program garbage? Shilling someone else's
I don't want to
indicator
speak
that he
dinner
doesn't
with Tone.
pay? Like shilling an indicator named after another guy that he doesn't even give any money to? Scumbaggy style. Like the guy that called
What did he
the
ever
Bitcoin
created?
top at 7K. That guy, like the
Mm-hmm.
loser, like like they're just all losers. What, Michael Saylor, the guy that bought the top with leverage, the guy that managed to lose money on the best performing asset class of all time, that guy, like who in that community is worth a crap? I've killed every single leader of that community. Anyone that had the balls to speak to me has been decimated and destroyed on live stream. No mercy, just complete and utter destruction, to the point where they delete the videos every time it happens. I did a video with some dude that looked like a panda in Australia, or like a raccoon.
Yes.
I don't even remember his name. He deleted his video, kept mine up. I did one with
And so
this
did Bitcoin
Vetsky
Magazine.
guy, Bitcoin Magazine. They deleted their version. I kept mine up because they get wrecked so hard that none of them even has the courage to speak to me. When I enter a Twitter space and Tone Vase is there, he leaves on purpose. And he says, if Richard's here, I won't be here. Yeah, that's right, because you're tired of getting utterly destroyed every time I come here. You're tired of getting your hat hand, like, so it just, the fun.
But getting away from that, how did it make it feel? How did you
It
feel
felt
like you
good. I
really
mean,
had
look,
that
man, I
appeal?
like being a Hexican. I'm a proud Hexican. Always wearing some Hex stuff. I like Hex. It's amazing, and the community's amazing. And I'm unaware of a better one, so I like it. You don't got to work very hard to have me say I like Hexicans a lot, because I really do. They're fabulous people.
So the biggest question is, how does Richard want to be remembered? Your legacy.
I don't plan on leaving so quickly that I have to worry about being remembered. You can just be more interested in what my next thing will be. Like, I'd rather have you be excited about the future than like, oh, Richard is dead somehow. Like,
No, we don't want you dead. I'm
yeah,
just saying,
I,
you get the middle age and you're like, how do you want to be remembered?
my brain never, like,
Never goes there.
no, like glory you get to have now. I think if you do glory enough, then remembered will take care of itself. It's like nobody has to, like, Babe Ruth didn't need to worry about how he was going to be remembered. He just needed to play his game as well as he could. I just need to keep doing what I'm doing and I'll be remembered properly. Like I think that the path to glory is the same as the path to being remembered, and I'd rather just focus on the glory because I don't need the, like, finality. Because look, man,
Well,
I'm looking at
describe what
immortality
glory
and,
means
like,
to you for the dum dums in the audience. That's what I'm trying to get you to do.
I want to have the best performing asset that's ever existed. I want to be the best crypto founder that's ever existed. I like owning the world's largest diamond. I like having a coin that went up 1,000,000%, that had 3 years of flawless operation, that's never been hacked. The front end's never gone down. I like doing the world's largest free airdrop. I like raising the most money for charity in crypto. Now, some people said, oh, Vitalik like donated a lot to some stuff. Well, they returned his money. So like the stuff he donated, like the doggy coins he donated or whatever, apparently they returned those to him. So it's like, I love hitting these, you know, you can't own the world's biggest diamond. I do. You know, like people talk crap. You're like, oh, did you raise 27 million for charity? Did you make thousands of millionaires? Do you write free self-help books? Do you make free self-help videos? Did you call the top of the day? Shut up if you didn't. Did you warn people to take all their coins away from these things that went to zero? No? Oh, well, I did. So how dare you say you're better than me or even on the same plane? And I'm just going to keep crushing them with more of this stuff until it's unbearable. And you're like, yep, kneel. Now kneel. Get on your knees. There you go. Good boy. On your knees. And I think it's...
I always said unlimited bragging rights is absolutely priceless. And you value nothing more than unlimited bragging rights because that is something that cannot be purchased. It has to be earned.
If you measure up the objective realities here, Papa Richard done buried a lot of folks. A lot of people stepped to me and they ain't around no more. Where's Mashinsky? I went head to head with Mashinsky. He said, hey man, crypto was invented to get rid of middleman. You're a middleman.
Alex is not our friend.
In hiding. What happened to all the guys that launched fake hexes and said, oh, hex sucks. Richard sucks. OA sucks. We're going to do it better. Over and over and over and over again. Like, everyone that stepped to me got totally and utterly wrecked. Raoul Paul doesn't interview Richard. Instead goes, quote, unresponsibly long, unreasonably long. I think it was irresponsibly long. The top. I'm like, bro, you shouldn't do that. Wrecked. 3 Hours Capital. Wrecked. His partner, Kyle Davies, talking crap. Wrecked. You're like, hey guys, you're all bankrupt. Oh, Willy Woo. Fund went bankrupt. All these guys. You're just like, hey guys, you're all wrecked. I won. You lost. You keeping track? Write it down. You lost. I won. I'm rich as shit. You guys are bankrupt. What's up? What's up, dog? You lost. I won. Anyway.
Well, thank you so much, Richard.
My pleasure.
I'm glad I had the opportunity. Thanks, Maddie, for putting this together. And
I like your videos, Johnny. I like your videos.
Thank you, sir.
If anyone doesn't follow Johnny, you should.
Thank you.
That's right. Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Take care. And finally, the final person here is, of course, Sticker Guy Win, who he's been the stage manager for the Hex Conference now for the 2nd year, and he is famous for having asked Richard way too many questions, and but now he's known as being a model Hexican. He bought when the price was much higher, and he hasn't lost faith, and so I really respect him, and he's been here making this conference possible. So thanks to Sticker Guy, and you will be the last one to ask Richard questions here.
Thank you very much. So first, you were wrong about not everybody getting onboarded through the. When you were talking with Hex Monkey, there was something with the advertisements.
I saw the text. Yeah. Crypto Heartbeat.
Crypto Heartbeat was with.
Saw a Get Rich Quick ad on TV.
Yep. Yes, and that was for Hex. And the second, I think it was Mr. Hex in chat earlier. He suggested for the museum to, for the watches, to just make duplicates, like cheap dupes, and place them. I just saw that and wanted to give him credit for that because I think it's a great idea. Anyways.
Legal, anyway.
Legal.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's not. I don't either. Yeah. So what else do we have? Could you when you say you invented Hart's law, that means that you just thought of it. But can you just speak a little bit about Hart's law, please?
Sure. It was always a mystery why all of crypto would go up and down together. I was like, what? So like,
Or
if
could
you,
you
if you
could
have
you
two
just
refrigerators, and in one of your refrigerators you put like a ham sandwich, and in the other refrigerator you put like an orange, you expect them to decay at different rates. They're different stuff. And so it's weird that in crypto, when one thing goes down, like everything else goes down. You're like,
yes,
well, why
and
is that?
I thought about it a lot, and I figured out that actually Hart's law is seen in the entire life.
Yep.
Like I've figured out a system how I can view mental my mental state throughout the day, and by that I can keep track of, oh, the last few hours I felt real bad, so my price went down or my chart went down. I should maybe get a break or do something else. And on the other side, I can see when it went up. I'd like to show you for a second if you still have the capability.
So I should tell everyone what Hart's law is real quick. So basically,
Yes, please.
I thought what was driving all the prices to move together was bots that would treat crypto like an index and try and buy them in a ratio of their market caps, and then they would buy and sell the sector as a giant unit, and then that would kind of move prices all at once. And it was like, all right, so maybe that's why it's doing it. And then when Uniswap came out, I noticed that if your coin trades versus Ethereum and Ethereum goes up in price, now your coin's worth more because they're interchangeable. But if Ethereum goes down versus the dollar, then your thing goes down versus the dollar because your liquidity was in Ethereum. And now, basically, what I discovered was, and no one else discovered this, my invention. The reason Hart's law is that prices move together because they're bonded by the liquidity in their trading pairs. Because if two things are interchangeable, which is what a trading pair means, then if the price of one thing goes up, the price of both things go up because they're interchangeable. And that only breaks if you exhaust the trading pair of its liquidity. And now they're no longer interchangeable.
So there needs to be a minimum amount of liquidity for.
As soon as the liquidity is exhausted, they're no longer bonded.
What do you mean by exhausted?
So if I say, if I'm an underwear gnome from the South Park lore, and I say I'm buying underpants for $100 a pair, and I'll buy 100 pairs. Now, instantly, the value of underwear is $100, period. Because you can trade your underwear for $100 at the underwear gnome booth.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as soon as so let's say the maximum offer is like 100 pairs at $100. As soon as 100 people turn in their underwear for $100 each, now the value of underwear is back to whatever it normally was. Could be zero. Unless you're in Japan and you're a girl, then it's probably much higher. So like, basically, the value of a thing is equal to what you can exchange it for, always. And then once you've exhausted your ability to exchange at that rate, then it defaults to whatever the next rate is. So if your trading pair is Ethereum and the majority of your coin's liquidity is in Ethereum, when Ethereum goes up versus the dollar, you go up with the dollar because they're interchangeable. And then if your majority of your trading pair is dollars, then when the dollar goes up versus other currencies, you go up versus other currencies. When the dollar goes down versus other currencies, you go down versus other currencies. Unless someone comes in and performs a trade against all the liquidity, and then it defaults to whatever the next most liquid thing is. So basically, Hart's law is that the prices of assets move together because they're bonded by the liquidity in their trading pairs. And that's why all the prices move together. So when everything is traded, so like if a lot of Bitcoin and Ethereum are sitting in a trading pair together, and Bitcoin goes up, then Ethereum goes up because they're interchangeable. And if Bitcoin goes down, Ethereum goes down because they're interchangeable. And if Bitcoin's a more liquid market, it's easier for the dog to wag its tail than it is for the tail to wag the dog because of mass. And therefore, when Bitcoin goes up, most of crypto goes up. When Bitcoin goes down, most of crypto goes down because so many things have direct trading pairs with Bitcoin. And if more things have direct trading pairs with USDC or with other stablecoins or with the dollar itself, then it reduces the unity at which prices move up and down versus the dollar based on whether Bitcoin goes up or down, right?
Yeah,
So,
but I feel like that. Thank you. That's not only for currencies, but also for people. Because
Sure.
if I am in a good mood, then the good mood can also go to other people, depending on how much. Well, we don't have liquidity, but maybe friendship. I don't know. Maybe
well,
it's not measurable.
your liquidity is the amount that they're able to detect your state.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So,
Interesting.
yeah.
And so I tried, like I've drawn some days, and I've tried to draw how two people, like every line here is one person, and let's say one person
you would
is
probably
really bad.
you would probably receive better benefits if instead of any time you're going to write down how you feel, instead of writing down how you feel, just do something that makes you feel good. So go to a Tony Robbins event, go to the 3-day Unleash the Power Within.
But how should I know when I feel bad? That sounds stupid.
You
but
can just
how would I know? Look, when I'm here and I say I feel bad,
yeah,
and then it gets worse, and then it gets worse, and then it gets worse. I can't catch the bottom, because if I catch the bottom, that would be perfect. But I learned that's not possible. So by trying to keep track of it, I see, oh, it's going up again, and I have more.
Let me give you an
control
example.
and overview.
What you're doing is the equivalent of a person weighing themselves on a scale. Does weighing yourself on a scale make you lose weight? Nope. Does it make you gain weight? Nope. It doesn't do anything. Measuring where you're at doesn't make you happier. Doing stuff that makes you happy makes you happier. And so I'm just saying, replace the habit of measuring where you're at with the habit of focusing on good things, having a good physiology, saying good things with your mouth. So Tony Robbins' system is the triad. There's what you do with your body, there's what you say, and there's what you focus on. And if you have a good physiology, and you have a good language, and you focus on good things, you are going to be happy. And so you have to force yourself into the habit of making those three things good, and then you will feel good. So right now, could you improve your posture? You look like you're sitting upright. You might not be able to. But in most people's lives, like right now, I could improve my posture. And I would feel better if I did it. And you're like, okay, well, let's try it. Oh, okay. So let's have a better posture. All right. And what about the facial expression? All right. So now I've got a better posture. I've got a better facial expression.
So
let's focus on something good. Wow. Another day of Hex operating flawlessly. Another day of being able to buy something awesome for cheaper. Great. All right. And then if it's emotional fitness, just like physical fitness, you need to move the weight. You need to change your physiology. You need to change your focus. You need to change your language, or you're not going to get the results. So emotional fitness is something you have to repeat and repeat and repeat until it's a habit, and then you'll default to it. And so when I'm in public, I have great emotional fitness. When I'm private, I slouch. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But in public, I know I'm going to get rewards for having a better energy, better posture, better facial expression, better tonality. And so I'm my best self when I'm in public. I'm not my best self when I'm not being observed, because I can slack and there's less cost to it. So if you want to have emotional fitness, you need to train it and schedule it and do it and check the boxes on it, because measuring where you're at doesn't do dick. It's useless.
Oh, well, it doesn't do anything in terms of progress, but it really helps me to understand and to see the greater picture.
It gives
and
you a
to
great
then,
reason to do better emotional
yeah, it motivates.
training.
It's motivating.
Happiness is a thing you can do. Contentment is a thing you can do. Appreciation and gratitude is a thing you can do. Do them. Practice doing them. And then you will get the results. If you don't, you get whatever shows up. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it sucks.
That's true. Thank you very much.
You should read my self-help book.
To be honest, I should, yes.
You really, really should. As a person that seems like they like books, and it's even an audiobook, man. Go search Sci-Vive audiobook. SCIVIVE.
Yeah, but reading books is so
audiobook,
hard to do.
bro.
It takes time. Yeah, audiobook. But if I hear it in audio, I can't remember it. I would like to make a thing that shows me all the words on screen bigger, because, like, you know, when you see
all you need to do is click the closed caption button, and Google will do it for you.
Closed caption.
Yeah, the CC
I think
button.
I would like to try this out.
Yeah, you go to YouTube, you go to the Sci-Vive audiobook, you click closed caption. I'll bet you it shows translations.
No, I think I'm misunderstood, but it's fine.
YouTube automatically listens to and transcribes every video that's uploaded to it. And therefore, the majority of YouTube videos, you can click the CC button in the bottom right corner, and it will play text over the audio. You'll hear the audio in the YouTube video, and you'll see the text.
I know, but that's not what I want. I want a tool that I can insert text, and then it shows me one word at a time in a real quick speed, so I can read 10 times the speed.
No, that doesn't work. That speed reading stuff is not effective. It makes you think you understand it better, but when you test, you understand it worse. Speed reading is a scam. You can read faster and understand worse. Congrats. That's not what reading is for. Reading is for understanding. You don't need to read faster, you need to understand. So don't worry. It's like, man, I need to lift weights faster. No, you don't. You do not need to lift weights faster. You do not need to read faster. You need to understand. And understanding often requires repetition. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Just read the damn book or listen to the damn book and stop trying to meta make it better. It's like, I used to do this when I was playing football when I was younger. I was like, coach, we could work out better if we like ran up and down these stairs, but I was still a fat piece of crap. I should have focused on weight loss instead of how to work out harder, you know? The same thing with fitness. Like, me adding more muscle is really not worth much, but me dropping weight is worth a lot. It makes your face look better, makes you healthier, live longer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You fit into more fashionable clothes. I could go on and on and on. You don't need to learn how to learn better. You just need to shut up and learn normally. You don't need to chart your emotions. You just need to focus on happy stuff more. It's really that simple.
Great advice. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, this has been a really amazing conference. Thank you, Richard, for speaking for so long and taking the time to answer everybody's questions. My pleasure, guys. I wish you all the maddest of gains. I will show my stuff, assuming you don't know where it is. Follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/RichardHartWin, Instagram.com/RichardHartOfficial. We got free Telegram chats, t.me/SciVive if you want to read my free self-help books, t.me/HexCrypto, Pulsechain.com, Pulsex.com. I've got a TikTok. It's Richard Hart Diamond. And what else? Sens.org if you want to give to charity. Unless there's a better one. Maddie, is there a better charity to give to now? LEVF.org is Aubrey's new charity, the Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. And then
try the Pulsechain testnet. Try Pulsex. It's there.
I'm
that
drinking
it?
from
Is
the
that all my
faucet
stuff?
every single day.
There you go. Yeah, I think
thank you.
that covers it,
Thank you,
right?
Maddie, for thank you, Maddie, for hosting the conference again, and
Yeah,
thank
Maddie, I
you
appreciate
for
it,
all the
man.
viewers.
You're great.
My
That
pleasure.
was really great.
I hope your collarbones heal.
Thank you.
You look great. Your
Thanks.
collar looks fine.
Collarbone.
All right, guys. I'm going to upload this to YouTube, and then maybe I'll go night-night.
Sounds
See you later,
good.
everybody.
Thanks, Richard.
That's a
Hex to
good
the
night.
moon. That logo
Yeah.
sucks.
$7
I like
soon.
it. Stake it so you make it. I like that one better.
I do.
See you guys. Ciao.
Goodbye.